Google wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money.
It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at. What's going on, traders? How we doing out there? It's good to be back with you guys right here in Trade the Pool. We'll be taking a look to see what's going on with the action right now as the SPY is starting to climb back. And we are going back towards the symmetrical triangle, at least for the time being, in the Qs. This is the exact action that I was looking for overnight, as we did kind of get a bounce in the overnight session. But we did come down in the 4 a.m. session, so that was the hard part. We did get a pop in the overnight. I was actually even playing that pop with certain names like Micron in the after hours. So this one was a little frustrating one, as I was up big for a little while here. I had gotten it below 900. It had popped there to 940s. And then in, of course, the after hours action, of course, the overnight action, we started to come right back down, right? So we'll see what happens here as this had gotten back up there, got a little pop there at 4 a.m. Now we're seeing Micron starting to climb back. Will we see tech come right back into play? This is the exact look that I'm looking for as we look for the undercut of the symmetrical triangle and a move right back into that move back up towards like 720s today. Already we can see here that the Qs are trading up to 704, starting to hold that 700 as support. That'll be a clear level to look at for the market today. Let's get to the playbook action. Let's get to the sunrise report. Lots to run through and lots of trades to talk about. Let's get to it. All right, traders, let's get to the action. Let's see what's going on here with the Qs. Of course, you see them starting to climb above that 705, but let's take a look at some plays that we can be watching for. Some of the plays in healthcare has been really good, and here's one that you guys can keep your eyes open for. Take a look at this daily chart that I'm going to show you guys. I even drew the trend line just a little while back. Let's go to the auto here and bring it back about 3 years and kind of scroll back here. You guys can see the action just as of late, right? It was really nice flagging action that did make an attempt to break above, but then kind of failed it here. But now we're starting to really drive, and this morning we're already seeing a continued lift here in Gilead. I'd like to see any dips back towards 134s and 133s as opportunities to buy the dip. We'll see what happens. This one looks great. It definitely is starting to get the nice bigger time break to the upside. Nice long-term trend line also. I always like these that are longer than kind of 6 months to give you a nice opportunity to look for the push. And this is just under that 6 months, but really starting to look good. If you count it from the beginning, of course, that is the 6 months mark. So let's see if we can start to climb back here in Gilead, get back up there to 150. This one looks to me kind of how Johnson & Johnson looked. And then this one started to break to the upside and going through the highs. So very similar action. We'll see if these can continue higher, and can, of course, the mega, let's call them the major, the drug manufacturers, continue the drive that they've been on. All right, let's go to another play here and bring your lipstick on here, because we'll go ELF. Elf Beauty, and this one has really started to make a comeback after, of course, getting destroyed with all the tariff mentions. This used to be above 200s, right? Now it's back down towards 75, but starting to hold in here on the daily. Just pulled back towards the 9 EMA, holding in right there off the 70s. If we could see some kind of defensive action today, this could be a name to kind of keep a look at. Yesterday's kind of red to green action will be something to watch here. Of course, the 9 EMA holding well there is a good sign of momentum, showing me that we could be pushing right back through towards the 80. And if you want to take a look at that space, I'll also keep your eyes on like a name that's in both of those areas, like HIMS. But I think this one's right now in a pullback. I'm looking for some pullback back towards 30, and that could be an area to kind of target. Let's take a look at another trade ideas. The plays don't stop here. Let's go to Bloom Energy, as we're seeing this break the 264s right now. Will it break the 260s and go lower? Yesterday, we started to see names like GEV start to crack. We started to see names like VST start to crack. So in my eyes, I think what now we need to be looking, will we see some down action in some of these energy names? And then, of course, we'll be looking to kind of open the shopping list. Right now, it's looking like, yes, that is more than capable. So a short through 260s on Bloom Energy today could definitely be an opportunity. One of the things that I'm going to be looking at today, will we see the SPY down and the Qs up? That could be one thing that could happen. Or we could see some chop in the SPY with the Qs kind of leading the drive, right? But other areas could be falling off. Yesterday, we saw utilities fall off. So we'll look for the cut down of the 260. Let's go to the another play here, and let's talk about just the overall themes here. So geopolitics, of course, have forcefully flipped the market pistons back into defensive positioning as the Iran tanker attacks and different action going on out there. You had oil up to $72. A lot of conversation coming, of course, from Trump. We'll take a look at it. But at the end of the day, this is setting up a live undercut and rally play for the Qs. That's what I'm going to be focusing on. That's what I'm telling you guys that I'm looking at. And of course, the FOMC minutes will be the most important thing for today. Today, that release comes at 2 p.m. Eastern, and that's the stream you don't want to miss, guys, because that's where the fireworks are really going to happen. We also have an earnings stream today after the bell. The party doesn't stop here at Trade the Pool, and we always got coverage for you guys, whether it be earnings streams, whether it be FOMC, whether it be economic data. We're here for you guys. Like always, smash the like and hit that subscribe. Let's keep it going out there. We'll be taking a look to see where we get some more conversations from Kevin Walsh. The hawkish transcript is going to be definitely run through by investors. Let's go to the Sunrise Report. Let's talk about what's going on out there. And is there a real ceasefire? Not a ceasefire? What's going on? Let's talk about the action. All right, traders, this morning we are seeing more conversations that the Iran ceasefire is dead. As Trump said at the NATO summit, that after the U.S. struck the Iranian air defense systems and 60 IRGC boats overnight, Iran hit American bases in Bahrain and Kuwait in reply. The Treasury pulled the 60-day oil sales waiver, and oil ripped 6%. Equity futures gapping down hard into the session that already had its first Walsh drafted FOMC minutes coming in at 2 p.m. The AI suppliers rotation that owned the tape for a week just got shoved off the front page by a stagflationary shock. Oil up, yields up, stocks down, gold down. This is not risk off. That's inflation panic coming into the markets today. Let's talk a little bit more about the action. We'll be taking a look to see what happens from the war. Of course, Trump mentioning that for me, I think it's over. It was just a waste of time dealing with them. Yeah, I think all of us thought that was, but you said the deal was done 60, 50 times, right? I mean, holy moly. I can't believe how many times we heard this deal was done. Really, it was nowhere near close to being done. So now we need to take a look at what happens from here. This could change tunes of the market today. We could see a fall off, right? It doesn't have to come back. And I think that definitely the war conversations are shaking things up. The Cosby won't stop bleeding. Also, yesterday's Samsung sell the news reaction extended through the Asian hours. But we were looking to see, could we see the rebound? Because Micron's earning really wasn't a bad one, right? So I think, not Micron, Samsung's earnings really wasn't a bad one. And there's Micron going up there towards the 914s. And I am missing out on this play, a little frustrated because I was going to take a shot here at 900 in the morning, but just a little bit busy doing a lot of different things here for work. But hey, it's starting to come back there towards the 915s. We'll look to see if we get a Micron recovery. I think tech could definitely recover today. That's my main setup to keep an eye open for. Let's take a look around in the markets. Let's go to some small kind of catalyst out there that are happening. Pretty much, there's really not too much. You saw some defensive bid out there. So I'm looking into the tape, not really seeing too much out there. Let me see if there's anything else that I'm missing here, because it's really not too much, let's say, micro news, right? So I think we need to see if there's any catalyst that I'm missing here. I don't think so, but I'm going to definitely take a look very quickly. At least I did this sunrise a little earlier today. So let's take a look here. Everyone's just focusing on the ceasefire. Of course, the Fed minutes, right? Is the family feud over in the Fed? I don't think so. You'll see probably more feud action out there, but taking a look around right now, not seeing too much there. Let's see. Let's see if there's anything else that's kind of showing up here. Yeah, there's not much, man. I'm looking into the things right now. Of course, everyone's kind of focusing in on just the kind of the obvious kind of statements, right? So we'll see what happens there. But there is some news here from United Airlines. So let's take a look at that action. We'll take a look to see what's going on there in United Airlines. I'll go ahead and I'll just take a quick peek here to let you guys know. But let's take a look here. There has to be something going on here underneath the hood. Because really, I mean, when I take a look at what I don't have much there. And so that's a tell sign here that we need to kind of continue watching to see what happens. All right, there we go. All right, so cruise lines and of course they're getting hit because of oil. I mean, and then of course SpaceX is something to kind of talk about. Definitely was rebounding a little bit, but holy moly, got hit hard yesterday. Let's take a look at the action. SPCX there really bleeding out there, going back down there towards the 149.50s. I talked about how this could be kind of undercutting the lows and not getting back to the 50%. It kind of bounced, and it's a dead cat bounce here, coming right back to support. Could be breaking down that 149, heading towards the 140s, the 130s, and eventually I see SpaceX heading back down closer towards 100 and below. Once it gets towards below 100, I'll be looking to take a shot. But if anything, I think today still looks like a short opportunity. We'll see what happens there in SPCX. Bath and Body Works declined, but really just not much news. There's very light docket of news today, showing me more and more the lull in the market continues. The lull of no news right now is kind of, it's not helping things, right? No news is bad news right now. We need some good news. We need some news, right? And the news that we're getting is Trump news, and it's not good right now. All right, so we'll see what happens if we can make that recovery today. Will the Qs kind of rebound back up? Will the tech names rebound back up? We'll be keeping an eye out on the symmetrical triangle to see if we can get back in, right? Of course, the SPY yesterday, I told you guys that we were near the top end of the range and we could retrace back down into the bottom end of that range. And that's exactly what we did, guys. Yesterday, we were trading up there in the SPY, up there towards the 750s, was talking about how we could come right back down towards kind of the 741 level. And that's exactly what we did. So, hey, guys, at least we've been on fire with the way that we've been calling here the SPY in the sideways action. So yesterday, I think a lot of people came in with their bullish shoes and they got stuffed, right? So I think that you really need to be careful as you're playing in this symmetrical triangle, right? You don't want to be jumping too fast. You want to make sure that we're closing above and hanging out there for a day or two to really show the signs of strength. Like the Qs could be making an undercut and rally. So a lot of people think that maybe the Qs are already broken here, but I think that they're just getting ready for a little bit of a rally back to give us that undercut and rally look. We'll see what happens there in the Qs and what happens in the overall market. Let's go ahead. Let's bring on Michael Nas. Let's take a look into the market and see what he's seeing underneath the tape. What's going on, Michael? How we doing?
Yo, how's it going? Oh, I haven't shared yet. So far so good. Let me grab that up here. There we go.
Not worry, man.
Get
that going here.
Right, so
man, I had a great trade. There it goes. It's up. I had a great trade on in the overnight session on Micron, and then it just came back down, man. It was a little frustrating one. I tried to jump it on the 8 p.m. print. Right into the kind of the 24-hour. That's when I really been jumping on things, Michael. I think it's a fun time to see quick pops, right? But this one was just short-lived, right? So we'll see what happens. That was right here, right? So I can show you guys the tape there. I think Micron's definitely one to watch there. And one of the biggest watch, right? Because I've mentioned, is this a sell-off going into SK Hynix? And I think that's exactly what we're seeing. If you don't know, SK Hynix is coming out in 2 days. 2 days.
And did you see already in 2 days there's, or maybe it's 3, there is going to be leverage versions of all of it.
And so this is the part. This is the part that everyone wants access in, right, Michael? Because if you actually look at the valuation of SK Hynix, it's trading at a ridiculous discount. And that's why they're bringing it over, because it's trading at like, I think it was like 14 times EV, like forward look. Like it's a very low forward look for how some of these stocks are moving. They're not getting the appreciation. So are we seeing that continued sell-off in Micron and SanDisk because people just want money to put it into SK Hynix? I think that's exactly what we're seeing. Profit taking and then looking to reload.
Yeah, and that's, again, what we saw with all the different, the SPCX, right? And it's likely what we're going to see with when it comes to Anthropic and all of these places when they all go live. But the important thing to note, and I think the important thing to remember for everyone, is just that it's going to be just like an IPO. So don't get too excited. You know, when we talk about low valuations now, there's going to be an auction process and all of that stuff. So when it goes live, just like how, right, a lot of people bought SpaceX around 150, it's probably where most people got filled, but then, right, people who got the allocation got it way down the 130s. It's likely going to be the same thing. You know, you get the kind of sweetheart deal for the people in the know, and then all of a sudden it moves, and you get more of a price for everyone. And just make sure you're not kind of chasing that price for everyone and having a hard time. And it's funny how much I'm seeing people talk about, you know, this market being ugly and crashing and all that. And I've got some charts to show, and it's just semis, guys. And so I've been saying this a bunch yesterday. If you look at, this one's just funny. If you're looking at this and your portfolio is just getting ruined right now, then you just realize that you've just been investing in the AI trade. This account's odd stats. I just think it's a funny account, but said right now at this moment, the S&P 500 is 1.5% from all-time highs, the all-time point it has ever reached in stock market's histories. When the real crash happens, most of you will poop out your organs. And I just thought that was a funny way to say it, and just to show that this is not right. This isn't horrible right now, right? This is just a small pullback in one sector. And this chart, I think, really shows it. This is my boy, Larry Thompson. He's another great follow. Check him out. And I got to talk to him about this. You got to clean up these charts. These charts are a bit ugly. But this is just essentially the top here is the new highs in stocks in the S&P 500. And then down here on the bottom is the new lows. He really just needs to crop out April. That's the problem. That's the tariff tantrum right there. But you can see way more new highs than new lows, and actually new lows are declining. So every day we're getting less and less new lows and more new highs. More stocks are making, I'll just say this again, more stocks are making new highs than making new lows. So again, if you're looking at your portfolio and it's getting smacked and you're thinking, you know, this is a bad time, this is, you know, a horrible market or something, you're just in the wrong stuff and you need to reevaluate. So it's one of those where the market for most people is doing great. And if the market for you is doing poorly, then you've got a bit of a problem. Like just yesterday, we made a new all-time high in the average large cap stock, and we made a new all-time high in small caps. Yeah, so there was 2,500 stocks made new all-time high yesterday.
The one thing that I would say about what you kind of mentioned there, Michael, is that you're dead on what you're explaining. One thing that I would say is that to think that most people are like diversified here or not taking hits, I think it's the opposite. I think what we're seeing is the reason we're seeing that panic, and you're mentioning it, is just a whole bunch of over leverage in technology. So if anything, I think the majority is seeing themselves struggle right now, and they shouldn't. It's not the minority, it's the majority, I would say.
We need to specify the majority of short-term degen traders. The majority of people who are invested in the market just own the S&P 500. That is the vast majority of
So
90+% of people.
But
right?
essentially, that would mean that they would be what? They would be tech heavy.
Yeah, they're down 1.5% from all-time highs.
But
if you're just the guy and you go to work at your job,
hold on. Let's just keep it into the walls there, right? Because this is the main problem that we're seeing, really. You told me it yourself, right? If you're seeing you're scared because your portfolio is getting hit hard, and it's probably just overexposed in tech, but the SPY is overexposed in tech, right? That's just what it is. So you need some separation from the SPY.
It can't be, right? No, the SPY is 1.5% below all-time highs. Meaning if you go to work at a job and you come home and you check your portfolio at the end of every day, from the highest point it has ever been in history, it is down 1.5%. If that is making you nervous, you just should not be invested in stocks ever. It's a 1.5. If you have $100,000 invested in the SPY, you're down $1,500 from the highest point it has ever been in history, right? It's just the most of the market is doing just fine. There's like 5 to 10 stocks that are having a bad time here, right? Not even Nvidia, which is the largest component of the S&P 500, who was up yesterday. The largest stock in the market had a good day yesterday and was positive, right? It's the little guys and the smaller semiconductors and this niche thing. And it's just one of those, this is why I love data. It pulls us out of our bubble of we notice SanDisk and Micron. And you ask 99% of the population, they don't even know what a Micron is. They don't know, right? SanDisk, they're like, oh yeah, I think I got that in my computer, right? Most people are index investors, and the index is 1.5% from all-time highs. Now with the gap, it's like 2%. So earlier, like a month and a half ago, we were down 10%. So most people are fine. And that's why I'm saying if you're looking at your account and it's down more than 1.5% from all-time highs, you're just leveraged into semiconductors. And if you think being leveraged into semiconductors is a good thing, have at it. Actually, I'm going to buy some SMH off the open because of some systems I've got on the go. But yeah, most people and most stocks aren't even noticing this. And it's important to look at this data. It's kind of like our equivalent of touching grass, right? Most people, every 2 weeks, they buy some, right? VOO is usually the target, not even SPY, just because VOO, people will put their money in there because it's less fees and things like that. And again, this is the highest we've ever been in the history of mankind. And then we're right here right now. That's just the difference. So again, it's one of those, I made the joke yesterday, but it's a common one for our systematic traders is your alpha just leveraged beta? This is the moment to know, did you make a ton of money this year because you've got like a really great strategy that's awesome? Or did you make a ton of money this year just because you've YOLO'd into these stocks? And more importantly, do you have an exit plan? Because I don't know if this is going to continue or not. No one does. But if it is, and if this is some sort of top to the market, I think this is so insanely bullish, because I remember people going, hey, what's going to happen when the AI stocks start going down? Well, and I got another chart for you guys. 60% of technology stocks are in a bear market. 60% of these large tech stocks are down 20%. And to reiterate, we can have 60% of these stocks in a bear market. And that's what I put I'll crop out my little condescending retweet I did to this, but it was essentially, I just said it's a weird bubble because, right, over half of tech stocks are now in a bear market. So over half of tech stocks can sell off, and the SPY is 1.5% from all-time highs. So it just shows the importance of, and we might obnoxiously talk about rotation, but this is the reason we obnoxiously talk about rotation. If you're someone who's still insanely focused on MU and these things, then great for a trade, that type of thing. You can go right ahead and trade these names. They'll be good traders. But this is why when everyone was talking about semiconductors, we were like, healthcare looks really good here. Financials look really good here. Because if you're in healthcare and financials, these are making new all-time highs. Well, financials just got really close, right? And we go to XLV, that one's making new all-time high there as well. So just expand your focus. And I just think this is a good self-reflection moment of, if it feels bad to you, you're hanging out in the wrong circles, or you're too invested in the wrong names. It should feel, oh man, this part of my portfolio is going down, but hopefully I have rotated. I have seen the rotation in the market. That's not a new thing, right? IWM has been making new highs for weeks when the Qs and the SPYs weren't, right? RSP is making new all-time highs for weeks when the Qs and the SPYs weren't. It's just this one corner of the market, and the reason it's getting so much attention is because that's the corner of the market that's been working for the last year and a bit. So of course, the people who YOLO'd into it, I'm sorry, right? But if you bought MU at 1,200, that's not the market that's doing a bad thing. That's just this one stock is down a little bit. So yeah, just again, keep in mind, the stock market is not a couple semiconductors, right? The stock market has people that build things and services and all kinds of other cool stuff in it, and just go look for it. And there's more out there than just a couple names. And yeah, just be aware of anyone who's screaming end of the world bells or something when, right? This is a 30-minute chart of the SPY. This doesn't look like insanity to me. This looks like we haven't gone anywhere in like 4 or 5 days, right? We're at prices not seen since yesterday. And then on Friday before that, and then Thursday before that, and then Wednesday before that. Just nothing's happened. So we got to figure out what's next. I'm still on that hunt. I've got a game plan here to buy some semis, but I'm still on the hunt. I have no idea what the next sector is. I can't chase biotechs. I have some of those. Healthcare is too high. So if anyone knows of anything that looks like it's setting up, the only thing I was thinking about, Mitch, take a look at this. Yeah. China. Everyone hates China again, right? We were buying China kind of in the high 20s or so before. It's in the 30s. It's roughly right there. I don't know. I'm starting to think China might be coming a little bit interesting here. I saw BABA gapping up pretty big this morning on some AI talk. Well, so I don't know. I might be dipping the well back in. Look at that BABA chart.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's time to start looking at technology again. That's all it is, man. It's time to start looking again, dude. Like the euphoria. Down. Yeah, that tells me enough. That tells me enough, right? That tells me enough, man. If we want it, we're not gonna get it. So the truth is that's the strength trade that can easily come back in. And what is it doing? It's sidestepping, creating uncertainty before a major market event. SK Hynix, then earnings season. This is common. You create uncertainty before you drive the market. You don't create uncertainty and then you completely collapse it here, unless there's something that broke in the market in the last couple of weeks. There was nothing that broke in the market the last couple of weeks. What's broken is the euphoria in the market. That whole just buy and just watch it rip every single day, right? Where you could literally just buy the dip and make money. So the current environment changed. We went into a sideways period. And now we're just working our way and trying to get back out. This is normal bullish environment. So I think in this case, you stick with the strength. You start running away from AI, I think you're playing it wrong. Now, if you're looking for discounts and you're trying to look at like 50 EMAs and you're trying to look at 200 EMAs and you're getting things at a discounted rate now, that's a smart move, right? You're not chasing no more. Now you're getting things at more valuations that make sense, right? So in this case, I think you look for the euphoria to simply come right back in the market. And how could they do it? They can do it today at 2 p.m. So don't forget that, right? FOMC minutes will be coming in here today, and we could see a little bit of a shakeup until then. You could see chop trade before you get that 2 p.m. print, and then look to see what happens there, and specifically to the Qs, because I think that's the most important. The SPY is stuck in the middle of this triangle. Now the Qs are on the bottom end. That's the concern of the day. And XLV, of course, is definitely
right.
You can hide. I
was supposed to say, if you're looking for, well, not even hide in, right? This thing's been ripping now for a month and a half, where at the same time, the Qs have just been, like you talking about, in a triangle, which is a consolidation phase. So it's one of those, again, you can, and again, I like to do it all the time, dip buy and look for those dip buys. When it comes to strength, well, the strength just hasn't been in the Qs. It hasn't been in technology for a month almost. Where's the highs here? Yeah, a month, a little over a month. You haven't seen the strength in technology, but you've seen strength. And that's kind of my big point, is that, right, in at the same time, if you go back to the beginning, the same time, this is the same day that the Qs topped out. And then look at what healthcare did. And let's go back to the same day the Qs topped out, right here. And that's right. Finance. It's just, again,
it's
everything's going to rotate back.
That's what happens here, Michael. That's what usually happens. What usually happens is we see a spreading out of the rotation. We see profit taking, and then we see bigger institutions waiting for discounts. That's just the usual game, right?
So again, we'll see if it rotates back in, but I just look at it and say, is it going to be? And this is the point I made before. I remember I was getting some pushback here when I was buying these things instead of semiconductors. It's like, what's MU going to do? Is it going to double again? Right? Is it going to go to 2,500?
I think it can.
But I look at this more now as like a trading vehicle. Like when it dips, buy some. When it rips, I'm going to be selling some. Again, I got a whole plan written up for SMH today. I hope we dip a little bit more into kind of the 550s. But
just to kind of mention, right, what do you have on Micron? What is it touching? The 50 EMA right on the spot, right? What usually happens to trend traders, just to kind of mention it? Well, they usually get cut out of their short-term trend line, right? Their short-term moving average, right? It moves to the medium-term moving average. They don't buy it because they're a little bit scared because they just got cut out, and the stock comes right back up to the highs, right? Countless times I can tell you this. This is why some traders on their moving averages, they use the medium-term moving average as the out signal, right? Not the short-term. Short-term is how they kind of continue to take profits and go along the way, but they also might use the 50 EMA to keep part of their position. And I think that's exactly what we'll see today. All right, let's keep it going, guys. It's 9:21. You guys got any stocks you guys want to mention in the chat? Go ahead and throw it up. We'll see what happens out there. What about the new MU? What? There is no new MU. It's MU. Because the truth is, guys, at the end of the day, the need for these memory chips is not going away, right? There's only one thing that can truly break this, and that's if, for some reason, the computing that's necessary changes massively, where you no longer need all these memory chips. That's the only thing that can really ruin this story. And one of the things that Micron did is, of course, it started to secure deals, right? It started to secure money that can't be taken out, guaranteed money, right? So look for more action there. And at the end of the day, the memories isn't going away as long as the hype, as long as the CapEx still remains where it is. You're not going to see too big of downside because the CapEx is what's holding things up, because the spending continues. All right, we'll see what happens out there, guys.
I'll just say, no money is guaranteed money. There's a million ways to.
Contracts are guaranteed, man.
Tell that to 2000. Tell that to 2008. Tell that to 2020. Right? Tell that to every bear market in history.
I will still, and these contracts are binding. Micron, the companies
All
that Micron
contracts are
made.
binding.
No, not this. This is a little bit different, right? I don't know if you know the specific contract for Micron, but they're completely different the way they were written. We talked about this in our education on Micron, but definitely look into it. I mean, anybody out there can see those 14 contracts and see that money is completely different. It's literally upfront money. It's like getting a loan with zero interest. That's exactly what they got.
Saying that every contract can be broken if the person issuing the contract defaults. Even if they don't default, they can go. It's called counterparty risk. It just happens every day, and especially happens if there is bear markets and there's all of that, right? You got to remember, every subprime mortgage was a binding contract, and they would just take your house if you didn't do it. They had all very harsh things they would do to you if you don't pay for your house. Still, a lot of those companies went under, right? And they were even insured, and the insurance companies went under, right? So just probably okay. Just remember, there is a way out of every single contract that you can possibly imagine, and it's just by putting your hands up and saying, I don't got the money. So there's always a way. So a contract is kind of just a piece of paper. They're not going to go kill you if you don't do it, right? They're not gonna kneecap you. We're not living in mob days, so just make sure. And that's always a good thing to do. Is if you're looking at that stuff, you got to look at who the counterparties are and what that risk is. And I think that's one of the reasons why Korea gets a bit of a discount, is because their ability to get out of contracts, I think, is a little bit easier than in the States. But yeah, just know that there is no sure thing, right? Anyone tells you anything has to happen, just not going to be the case, right? There's tons and tons of ways, right? Yeah, and then there's this. You can always sell portions of contracts as well. You can insure out contracts. The question is always, what's the cost of keeping the contract versus what's the cost of breaking it? And if the cost of breaking it's just a handful of lawyers, then tying you up in court for 10 years, you can happen. Depreciating policy. Yeah, there's contract law is, I'm glad something I only studied briefly, because it was the most boring thing absolutely imaginable. But that was the law professors always take away, is saying they won't come kill you if you break your contract. So on top of that, unless you're dealing with the mob, there's a way out, and there's very smart people out there. Not saying that they will, right? Just saying
that's exactly what Micron set this up for. They set up the SCAs to guarantee that it has at minimum $100 billion in guaranteed baseline revenue already locked in for 14 of those 16 customer agreements. They do have a minimum committed volume, but that's the only minimum that they need to meet. At least in the rules.
Let's say one of the people that are going to pay them go bankrupt. They don't exist. The company dissolves, and there is no entity that is going to pay them anymore.
What are the companies that are here? Like, if the companies, we're talking major mega caps.
The richest companies in the world that could hire the most expensive lawyers that ever existed.
Yeah, but they're not disappearing. You just said they're disappearing.
Well, no, but I'm saying that they could. There's a million ways to shuffle shells around. There's a million ways to sell companies to other or contracts to other companies and have those companies dissolve. I'm not a lawyer. I'm just saying all of the lawyers I know say any contract with enough money and enough ingenuity can be messed with. Even if it's just one of those things that I'm just going to tie you up in court for the next 10 years. Maybe I'll lose, but that'll be 10 years from now, and I'll worry about it then. I never put a huge stake in a contract. That's why people, I think, love government contracts so much, because it's harder for them to squirrel their way out, but they still do. They still can. Also,
the money is expected up front, not on the back end of the contract. The money comes first. So,
if they've got all the cash now,
hard to take the money when it's coming immediately, right? So this is why I think, you really got to do your research into this Micron contract so that you understand this. I know I've looked into it, and it's guaranteed upfront money.
They have all the cash for the next 10 years now in their bank accounts?
Yes.
Like right now? Oh, then
it's
that's
coming
fine.
Right now. Like
Well,
it's not, they haven't received it, but it's up front. That's the agreement.
Right.
And so
Well,
it should be, there should be a date in this quarter that they see that revenue, because they're using that revenue. And that's what we did our education on. We did an education event here that we covered Micron, and we talked about how they're using this money up front to build the fabs. So like, if you want this, right, if you want these memory, well, you have to give us the money to go build it, essentially. That's why I'm mentioning the zero interest loans. So you really got to dig deep. You have to know the themes. You have to know the information inside. This is what I do best. This is literally what I do, guys. So these contracts are definitely a big help for Micron. It's completely
SpaceX
different than the contracts than they did in the past. So we'll see what happens there. Qs are the big thing to look at with SPCX. I think it's just going to require the Qs to kind of come back here. So I'd be watching
SpaceX
the Qs.
just popped 2% in a minute here. So that's something. The Qs haven't really moved in that period of time. A little bit of a pop. Maybe there's some good news going on there. Let's take a look here on the streets.
Well, don't forget, right? Yesterday was the sell the news event. So today you could see the rebound, right? And it could just be a nice little day trade. Not saying long-term trade here. I still think we break down through the 135. We're really close to that. So I think SPCX is one watch to watch for the continued strength today if the Qs stay green. So it was a sell the news event yesterday. And then now you're going to get maybe a little bit of a bounce back. Classic bounce back trade.
A 1 to 2% move on a $1 trillion stock in a minute seems like it's probably something. Did they announce? I know last night they announced some sort of.
It tells me that it's not as the volume.
Does anyone use Groks? Does anyone use Grok? Like,
I've used it. It's all right. It's good with like. It's good with like videos. The biggest thing that they're trying to do also with like X right now is create like a better streaming, a competition to YouTube. That's the one thing I'll tell you right now that they're trying to do, Michael, that can actually maybe help things, and then maybe their AI can come in there and try to help things. But XAI is a bleeding machine, dude. Holy crap, do they burn through money? This is the reason why SpaceX is completely like the valuation's completely off. They didn't do the proper way to raise an IPO when they did SpaceX. That's why some people think that this valuation does not make any sense. Even at 135, it doesn't make sense. That's why I'm betting that this goes below 100, and we'll see what happens in the long run. All right, guys, let's go to the action. Market's open. Put up those fists. Let's go fighting.
Yeah, nice little pop here off the gate for SpaceX. There's about $8 million worth changed hands on that candle. Still no news popping up for it. Might be one of those that we get it a little bit later. Maybe something with China. I'm reading something SpaceX in China. Doubt they'll let do that. Oh, semiconductors just ripped right there off the open. Now almost green on the day. After that,
Micron ripping their 920s now, guys, and there it goes. This is the exact action that we were looking for. So I'm going to be trying to step up here and take a shot here.
Nice little pop there. So it's inside day, right? So just like we talked about yesterday, easiest thing to do technically with inside days, just mark the top and the bottom of the prior day right here. And then know that bulls haven't made any progress, bears haven't made any progress when we're inside there. So we just need some amount of continuation. But we were pretty deep red there. We were down like 3% at one point.
Exact action that we wanted to see there. Micron back up there to 930s now, straight up out the gates. Almost the exact look that we're looking for right now. So now I can look for SNDK and names like that on pullbacks. I would love for them to come try to wash out the open, but they're holding strong here up there to 930s. There's Micron now back up there. And where did you guys get this information from, guys? Well, only right here. I think was talking about these names getting the quick rebound action here. We'll see if it gets back up there towards the 950s and continues on just the straight wicked drive to the upside. I'm looking for pullbacks below 900 to get long here, but it needs to pull back there. If not, I can't jump and chase. I don't want to chase today, especially since I had this name at 900 in the after hours. I'm seeing UMAC come back. I'm seeing the SPY get a little bit of a trickle. I'm seeing what's up today. Well, what's up today is just two sectors. This is that classic day where the SPY can trickle, chop down, and the Qs can actually go higher here. So you're seeing energy and tech in the green from the open. Everything else, red.
Yeah, oil. Be interesting to see if this
that?
boils
Come on,
back down.
Right? So we'll see what happens there. Look at the action there. Memory names just kicking off here, guys. So this is going to be on my fault there. I should have been able to just try to jump right out the gates there. Wasn't ready to go. Talking too much. Not ready for the trade there. So did not get an entry there on the memory names, but they are on the takeoff there.
Oh, I got my SMH fill on. It's one beautiful, just, I don't think we have them in Trade the Pool, but some brokers looking to, if you're just looking to buy things on the open, look into market on open orders, right? MOO, MOO is an easy way to remember them. So that's what I had rigged up for the SMH. So I just got the opening print. And that's just with the whole auction that kind of takes place, just an instant opening print fill. I wish it went lower.
Hardware trade back up.
Didn't.
Software trade back down. Hardware trade back up. So this is a telling sign that when the Qs do well, the hardware trade is the trade that does well. That's a telling sign for me. That tells me more and more that the software trade is just a trick to the upside. When it comes back up, it quickly falls. Now, the hardware trade comes up when the market wants to come up. So I would stick to saying that the hardware trade is more loved by the Qs than the software trade is. Software trades is being used
because the Qs is a bunch of components of stocks, right? So NVIDIA, I have up here, is the largest component of the Qs, and they do hardware. So if you just look at the components and you were to do a pie chart, I'll do a pie chart of the Qs, it's just going to be one of those things where most of these names are hardware names.
Lord, got up there to the 940s now and above there on Micron, up there towards 942s. What a breakout out the gates there. 40 points to the upside. I hope somebody was able to nail that trade. Tried to bring it real quickly towards the market here. And look at that, guys. Wow.
NVIDIA pulling back. So now's where VWAP, I think, comes into play if these things are going to start pulling back. You can pop a VWAP on there. You can see if they hold. Let's see if this comes in. Oh, first trade came in on CLRO. Back to the well on this one. I think this is day 3. I think I've lost the last 2 days in a row on this one. Both profitable days because other trades kind of picked up the candle there. But yeah, CLRO, this is, again, the hangover play with the opening range break. It's the only one that came through that hangover scan today. So, all right, short there, stop at high day, and we'll see what happens there.
Frustrating day out the gate.
Give me one. Give me one. This thing's been owning me. But again, you just keep taking the trade, taking your small hits, moving on. Eventually, if she breaks, hopefully it will end up making up for all the small hits and some.
Just a pure takeoff trade there in the Qs, up there now towards 708s now, starting to climb back, trying to make its way back into the symmetrical triangle. We'll look to see how far it can make its way back. It's almost there already. Once it starts getting into the 710s, you're back into there. So we'll see if it gets up to that level and then kind of slows down.
Yeah, that's the only thing I see here on the go. XLF trying to bounce in here. USO holding above its VWAP if you include the pre-market prints. IWM still moving a lot higher. XLK barely ticked positive for just a quick second there. And yeah, SPCX holding on, but SMH being the leader so far, up 0.5% when it was down. I think I saw overnight it was down almost 3%. Now up 0.5%. getting through very slightly, getting through yesterday's high there.
Looking at a potential short here for Bloom Energy. This is a name and setup that I talked about here. Below the 260s could be a real crack on Bloom. We'll see if it cracks today and starts to head to the downside.
Just looking through
frustrating on that Micron. You got some new ones on?
So I was thinking that market on open order. One thing you could probably do is, I don't know, if you send a market order in Trader Evolution, would it just trigger on the open? Is that how that would work? Might be something to try. Because if you like it on the open, and again with some brokers, you can use this market on order open. But I'm just trying to think if there's a way to do that in Trader Evolution. Just say, give me the opening print, whatever that is.
Okay, I know the way of doing it, Michael. You'd have to do it trying to be smart and using the alert trigger. So there's an alert feature, and you can actually trigger an order with that alert. So then you can put a time into the code there that it only triggers at like 9:30. So if you guys don't know that, really nice feature that we have. There's the break on Bloom Energy. We're starting to see that drop there. I'm going to go after this name to see if I can get that drop. All right, trying to get short there, some Bloom Energy. Got a little bit there, looking to add above 260s here. Starting to drop fast there. We'll look to see if Bloom Energy can drop. We wanted 260s, but saw a quick drop there. Jumping into it a little bit there, and going to look for a little bit of some quick action back towards 250s. Bounces back towards 260s, could be ads. We'll see what happens here on Bloom Energy. Shorting today.
Tesla, kind of interesting here. Really weighing down the Mag 7, but it's got an important area here around the 390s, in which when it pulled back here, it bounced. Gap down, not really participating in the from the open rally that we're seeing here on the Qs. It's interesting. See if this one, because SpaceX is doing fine, and then Tesla's not. I don't know if there's going to be a correlation there at some point. But SPY actually looking to break out the highs here. So this would mean kind of recovery across everything. SPY's got a long way to go to get green. It's got 0.5% versus the Qs.
Sectors only green from the open: energy, technology, utilities, communications trying to come back. A lot of other areas really hit hard, like real estate, healthcare, financials, cyclicals, basic materials. So we'll see if that can turn there, at least sector-wise, not looking as pretty as maybe the indexes. And Micron, of course, now it's just a runaway. That thing's just holding well. Oh, that's going to be so frustrating today, man. Had the trade, knew exactly what to trade. Was too busy talking about it instead of trading it here, and look at the action there. Now up there to 945, going up there towards close to the 950s. And, oh, man, this is one of those where it's just like, just close the account. Just close the account.
That's why you get a robot to do it for you.
I can kill the setup there. I had the right setup there. Just wasn't ready for the open. Too busy talking about it, not making the money. But I hope that somebody was out there making some money, because Money Mitch on fire again with the call here for tech to rebound. And look at the rebound there in Micron, up there now to 951s when this opened up at 900. Yes, you heard that right here, guys. It doesn't get better than this. Hope somebody out there was able to make some money.
I can do a little.
That's just frustrating. Oh man.
Out to my people before the open, but I bring that up in case you want to talk about semiconductors a bit more later. I've got some stats about how there's like a 70% chance this thing's up in the next month based off historical norms. And someone's talking about this Peng. I always think of like that
solution.
Pengu Yeah, that had earnings last night. I sold some options on it. I'll share that with you guys too. I've got this thing from Claude now where it emails me and says, here are the things that are reporting earnings. Here's the market maker expect or move. And it sends it to me like an hour before the close. So I can just go through and look at them and sell some options. So I sold some calls or some puts on this one. It worked out pretty good, but it's a nice looking chart, man. Just hasn't participated in kind of the down drift that we've seen in a lot of this other stuff, and just as high tight flag as you could possibly want or need out of a name. So Steve and Jesse covered those. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'll show you guys the output that I'm getting here. Oh, and there's my. So this is why, right? We were talking. Can I grab this? Download and open. Well, that just opened. Perfect. So, right, we were talking about why the semiconductor move, like why when hardware goes up, does the Qs matter more? Well, right, NVIDIA, oh man, it made it interactive. Fable 5 is nuts, man. NVIDIA, Apple, right, we've got Micron is right here, and Microsoft. So the large majority here is going to be hardware. So that's why when hardware goes up, the Qs will go up, and when software goes up, the Qs doesn't really care as much, right? I don't even know how did it do this. This is crazy. This must be like I just said make
Python,
a picture,
man.
I made a picture. I was like making a picture, and it's like no, I'm gonna go. So it went above and beyond. I should give it a pat on the head. I just wanted a quick picture.
No, it has a tendency of leaning towards the coded side of pictures versus like
just little HTML.
Yeah, it works better. It can break through it faster, so it uses Python. Same thing. I create charts like that, Michael. So for like stocks, I don't want to like copy and paste from like different sites because you could actually get in trouble for that. So you can create your own charts with Fable 5, right? So just create your own.
Yeah, but there's a problem with that, right? Because I just wanted a picture. Now, how many more credits did you eat of mine making
That's
that
what they
fancy
try
thing?
to do. That's what they. That's where you have to.
Jerks.
Yeah, that's what they try to do, right? It definitely pushes, but yeah, that's where you get in trouble. Like I was talking about in our community, Claude, I was like, "Yo, what happened, guys? Guys, get off of Fable. You're using up all our tokens."
Oh, it destroys it. TAC, I didn't buy. I just bought stock for SMH. I didn't do options on this one. It was just a straight because I had that market on order out. I don't like options. The spreads can get wild or whatever. So I just straight did market on open for the amount I want it for SMH, and that's it. It's, when I need when you need quick trades and liquidity, it's just better to go with stocks and I went with the sector because that's just what the math says. I can go through very quickly here. I won't go through all like the marketing stuff, but right, this was Tuesday and this was Wednesday's gap down, where it's just the data here. So yeah, so in a 2%, a 2-day move of 4% or more within a month, you've got a 76% chance that you're higher, as long as it is above the 200-day. If it's below the 200-day, that stat drops a lot, right? But there can be some choppiness. So this is the average. This is the chart of the SMH after a kind of big washout flush. And you can see for the first couple days, you get a down day and a little bit of an up day and then a down day again. If you go back to SMH, you got your down day and a little bit of an up day and then a down day. And then that's when you kind of start buying. So that's why I sent this out to everyone on my email list this morning and just saying, again, 76% chance we are positive kind of 1 month later. And then I have another one that has all of the stop loss, I think was around 214 or 514. And the profit target is, I can get it. I can get you guys the profit target. Why not? Why not give you guys all the cool stuff? 1 second. Open.
What a frustrating open today, as the market just takes off and continuing to take off out there, guys.
Where you buy, so sell half into 2 p.m. minis. Target's 15% higher, so 662 is the ultimate high target based off ultimate or the old school kind of thing. That's in a month. So it's basically saying that we're going to drift back to all-time highs at some point. So yeah, I just straight up bought the thing. So that just went out this morning. Set out. It's part of these kind of semi-discretionary trades that I'm doing more and more, where I notice the event, I research the stats around them. If it makes sense, then I take the trade. So again, I'm long from whatever the opening price is, call it 574. Again, it's already working out great. That's fantastic, but I'm not getting too excited because this is not meant to be a quick hit unless we get all the way back up here really, really quickly. That'd be fantastic. It's going to be more of a month or so hold, I think. Which I guess another reason not to use options, right? Use options and you're time gating yourself. IWM did a little bit of a pullback there. I noticed, right? It got nowhere near VWAP, and now it's trying to take a second shot there at high. Now we got to remember we do have FOMC minutes at 2, so it is one of those days that anything could happen, right? Everything could look like sunshine and puppies, and then it's minutes, so it shouldn't be that big of an impact, but it does get us a little bit of a look into Warsh. I think it's Warsh. It's a weird name. What that's looking like and whether or not they all hate each other or not, I guess, is what the market's looking for. So also on those days, sometimes you get a flurry of volatility in the morning and then things die down just a little bit. So just be careful with that die down.
I'm just looking if Micron can come and crack 900, try to shake some of the bulls that already got in there. We'll see if it does come back there, but it's holding above towards 950s. All these memory names holding well there, so we'll see what happens. Also taking a look at like AVGO as another name that's doing really well on the bounce. The SPY got up there, and the Qs got towards the 710 area, right? So there it is. Like I mentioned, guys, watch out for that 710 acting as a little bit of some resistance there. But we made ourselves back towards that level, which puts us towards that symmetrical triangle look. Now we could start to test a little bit down, and then we'll look to see, can we climb back into the triangle, right? That's what we need to be looking at. By the end of the day, we should be back up into this space if tech is coming back for a nice rip and rally, right? If it ends below, let's say 705 on the day today, no, I'd actually start switching my mentality, thinking that we're going for more of a breakdown look. So we'll see what happens there as we start to climb back there in the Qs. Can we do it all day long? Will we make a pullback here and give some opportunities for some dip buyers? We'll find out. Oh, man, that opening trade was great. Stopped right around where it stopped last night, to mention that. Micron stopped right around where it stopped last night. So,
right, and you know, again, with the minutes coming out, it could be like you get this opening surge that we saw, and then things could the volatility could get sucked out. So I think just to remind the people, right, just be patient, right? Wait for your dips. You know,
there's no all clear sign until we get through that, right? That's the real key, right? You'll get some trades here. You might get some movement, right? Some quick movement, like I talked about. But then you might see a little bit of some dying down of the volatility going into the afternoon, right? That's what we're trying to warn you about. Doesn't mean it's just going to stay like ripping and rallying until that, and then we continue ripping and rallying. That would be a surprise, right? Not saying we say can't happen. I mean, everything can always happen in the market, right? But we'll see what happens there. Looking around to see what's also holding. Can we get something else to go green in the sectors? Now you're seeing energy actually trickled red. Utilities coming back into the green there. Independent power producers rebounding today. You're seeing some rebound, mainly in GEV. It's just mainly that one that's kind of holding things up there. But you also did get some other names that kind of pushed back up. I did get stopped out of Bloom Energy that came back up and ripped. Right, so we'll look to see if that maybe comes crashing back down. But definitely some names and some movement out there, some shake in the market today. We'll see what happens with some of these tech names. But just showing me more and more. Like I mentioned, we could see tech up today, but the rest of the sector's in the red, which shakes the SPY up, right? Which could create more chop in the SPY and cleaner action in your technology names. So that's what I'm looking for, right? Cleaner
Well, and
action in tech names and choppy in the other areas.
it's a good use of stink bids, right? Where,
Yeah.
if you wanted to, and you think you're like, oh man, I missed everything, then you still think things are bullish today. Well, there's going to be a high volatility event at 2 p.m. You could use some stink bids, and by stink bids, I don't know where that name came from. I don't know. I
The
don't even. It's one of
stinky.
those. I kind of don't want to know, but that's just what they were always taught to me to be. And it's just basically saying that you bid incredibly kind of outside of price. So for Dell, for example, right, you put a bid in like the 420s, like the low 420s, and say, okay, at 2 p.m., if just in case there's like one of those, we see it all the time after FOMC stuff.
Quick
It's like a big
wicks.
spike down and rip up, and you're putting these bids like so far out of the money that you can just have those out there and just have them exist. And then if the trade happens, great. And if not, you just use up some buying power for a little bit, right? It's not the end of the world. And that the beauty of those, it saves you trying to make the decision on the fly when the bullets are flying and everything's looking crazy. You just kind of have those bids out there. You can put protective stops with them so that if it triggers, you have your stop in place. You have it all kind of sorted in case things fall apart, and you're just playing kind of around that volatility. Crow made that up. I think it's older than Crow. I think I've heard it from a guy who lives in LA. So
Pro made that up. We all take from each other, right? That's just the way it is, guys. If you thought about it, I'm pretty sure someone else did too.
I think it's just something. I think it's one of those like dead cat bounce and things like
Yeah,
that.
it's just
Just
one of those sayings in the
old
market.
old adages that some old
Yeah.
man made up at one point and passed it on to someone else and someone else.
All right, guys, re-short here. Bloom Energy, going to take another shot at it here to see if it starts to break the 260s and starts to flood. We'll see what happens there. Can utilities go back into the red? We'll find out. So taking a little shot there, looking to see if it can just flush here. Not really rebound back up a bunch above this. So you can see how that was a big wick when it came back above these levels. So that to me looks like a buy trick, right? So I did get stopped out a little bit before that big pop. So that did save me some money. But now I'm seeing my level break down again that I'm looking for shorts. So I'm just coming right back after it, right? So the key is always just keeping towards where you think it should hold. In the 9 EMA really shouldn't get back above the 9 now. I should start seeing price action below the 9, right? Closing. So let's see if we start to get that quick wash here in Bloom Energy.
Dell's continuing to pull back here.
That was an interesting one, man. That was strong yesterday. Continued to be strong. Micron continuing to hold. It did. It went sideways off that 940. So we could see the 9 EMA hold here and it just continue. It's going to be a little frustrating if it just keeps rocking and rolling, but I'm still looking for pullbacks below 900 later today.
Yeah, and again, just if you wanted to evaluate relative strength and weakness of semis, this could be a good time to do it, right? Because we're getting this little bit of comeback in some of these names, like the Qs. Just it's kind of hard to call it a pullback, but some chop around this area. You look at the ones that are having the most shallow pullbacks, it means it has the most disinterested buyers. You can go and go in there and kind of take a look at that and say, hey, what's going on with these more disinterested buyers or disinterested sellers, right? And more interested buyers is a way to look at that.
All right, looking around to see if
Claude
something can
here to
happen
work.
here. And overall, I mean, Micron was the move, man, today. I just was too busy talking about it instead of trading it. We'll see what happens if I can get some type of opportunity back. But it's not only Micron, right? Like I mentioned, it would be all the memory names kind of getting that lift there. And that's what we got out the gate. STX, even WTDC, right? Even the names that, uh, look at that quick action to the upside, right? So hope somebody was ever out there to kind of cash in on the looks from the playbook. SPY kind of just trickling around, right? And I thought we could see chop, right? I think that's what we're seeing there in the SPY, but the Q's holding strong. That's what I've mentioned, right? Can we see that hold, right? We break 700 again, watch out, right? That would be my concern if we break 700. But right now, it looks like we're just holding on the top end of the range, and that's always a good sign. Top end of the range hold is a great sign. Now, if you pull back, 60, 70, 100%, that's when things get a little bit more dicey, right? Pullbacks and retracements, all those fib tracements and retracements out there, we'll talk about how the smaller the pullback, the actual stronger sign, right? You're not getting so much selling into the pullback. You're getting more buying on the bid, right? So that's what we're seeing right now. A lot of bid action there on the Qs and a lot of bid action on some of these names. UMAC coming back today, seeing some drone stocks lifting here. You could see some of these stocks start to push a little bit again. AVAV, seeing some of those drone stocks moving. And then when I look into AI names, I see names all around this space kind of making a move today. AAOI. I know I was trying to look for like a GLW Corning move eventually. We'll look to see if this can drive. But hey, it's how it is right now, guys. A lot of shake in the market, and we're seeing it. Micron, though, continuing now, 952s, 953s. This could continue to drive.
Yeah, all indexes, IWM, SPY, Qs, all kind of turned around and are getting back to highs of the day there.
Yeah.
So
Probably
let's
going to get
see
stopped
what
out there.
happens.
It Bloom took a second there to kind of describe the market, and man, I was fast back up there in Bloom. Normally, I get a chance to kind of get out there in between the conversation, but me talking there just spiked there like $2 there. So that's just how this day is today, man. It's one of those days where, let's just say, if I wasn't trading here live, I'd be having a lot more of a fun day. But hey, that's how it is sometimes doing the show and kind of running things here. It's gonna happen, man. It's one of those days. It's one of those days. Trying to tell you guys about the market is not helping me today, as I missed the play on Micron with that. So just frustrating, man. Look at that now. 960s, man. Oh my God. Micron, man. What's the move, man? That was the move to play, guys. The Q's back play, right? And there's plenty of other plays inside of that, but the memory trade really rewarding traders out the gates here.
Well, what's interesting is the RSP is pulling back just a bit. So it's you're calling it the piston play, which is literally the opposite of what we've been seeing for weeks now, right? We're getting now the question is this just an unwind of kind of a pairs trade that took place, right? Is it just, hey, I was short the Qs and I was long, the rest of them, and I made my money, and now it's time to move on with my day. That's why we'll see, and you need to see more than kind of one day, I guess even just a half a day's action there. So just pay attention to see if this is something that's going to continue for a number of days, where we have, right, the RSP down and IWM down, and then we have the Qs flat and trying to get positive on the day. It could be just someone made a ton of money by being long value, and short growth is probably the easiest way to think about it. And they could just be unwinding that and going completely the other way around. Or it could just be, hey, it's time to take some profits in my short of these companies that just got smoked over 10 days. And you never know is the hard part. You never know if it's a dead cat bounce. Again, I hate that. I hate that term, but that's just the term they use. And or is it something more?
Well, we'll look to see if we get some pullbacks out there. I will be looking to get the pullback, but at this point, I think it's just a missed trade. But that's how it goes. That's how it goes.
Mm-hmm. Trades are like buses, right?
Yeah, just wasn't ready for the open today. That's how it goes sometimes. Now it gets boring because there's really nothing for me to look at.
Well, and I think that's always important to note for people here as well, right? Again, if I had someone constantly telling me not to trade, then things would be I would have made a lot more money in my career. And there's simple things to do. You could just take the cues and just draw, right, support and resistance lines and just say, okay, well, as long as we're below that line and kind of above this one, the market's range bound. And that's okay. Right? Because if we're just going to chop around here, then the best thing to do is nothing, or focus completely on stuff that just is not market related at all in any way, shape, or form. There's tons of stocks out there that just do not care about what the market is. These low float, kind of crazy penny names, huge gappers. Let's just do a quick change here. Let's just sort it and see. Let's see what's going crazy, right? PENG, is that moving? Right, so this doesn't really care about what the market's going. There's a lot of different things that you can go and look for. There's small caps, right? Anything with news, like what's a QXO? I'm just looking here on StockTwits to see what's moving. It's another way to deal with it. Whatever QXO is, it doesn't care what the market's doing because it's just selling off here. This is the benefit of being the small cap guys, right? We need to focus on sectors and that type of thing, but small cap guys don't. They just need to deal with the insanity that they've kind of put themselves in the line of, and try to figure out if there's any action to be played there. But for me, again, I'm just looking at this kind of sideways chop. And Wednesdays, I think I've talked before about my low stim Wednesday. I did 45 minutes of like the slowest yoga in the world this morning. I don't book any meetings on Wednesday because it's like, once a month or every other month or whenever these guys have their meetings, you have days like this where you'll notice on FOMC days, you basically have like two opening prints and then nothing between those. You've got the normal 9:30 open, and then things chop around. And then you have, on top of that, you have whatever the FOMC launches, and that creates another crazy volatile action, and then it dies down again. So instead of having maybe the first hour to and a half be active and then the market chilling out and then the close, you have the first 15 minutes or so is active, and then you have nothing until the FOMC stuff out. Then you have another period that's active again. And it's very important. Again, it is more important, although it's not as fun or as interesting or as sexy or whatever you want to call it. Protecting your capital is more important than making your capital. And if you made some money in the morning, or even if you didn't, the importance is not to really swing for the fences here and try to kind of make it all back or have some sort of game plan here. That's not the move, right? The move is to take a deep breath and a step back and maybe do some research, right? Maybe do some education, maybe, talk about different things about what's happening, just overall in the market in general, review your trades, that type of stuff. Not to focus too hard on just trying to do stuff, because at the very least, you're going to be breaking even on trades and using up mental capital, because you're not going to get insane runners outside of, again, the small cap space. You're not going to get insane runners for today. You're going to just get sideways kind of chop and consolidative action. And taking a look here, seeing, and it's kind of being pigeon-headed with it. Walter Bloomberg has done nothing this morning. He's been an incredibly lazy dude, which makes me think there's just nothing going on the news side of things. So we just continue to chop. Nothing really no breakouts, no breakdowns. Same with the SPY. And then I want to check the IWM, same thing. All of these things are just right in the range. Yeah, there's Josh saying, sideways as we can be. Absolutely. And that's okay. It's a good exercise in patience. And this is why, very specifically, I have dedicated my Wednesdays to like a recovery day. It's a recovery day for the gym. It's a recovery day for my business, where I go and I just review old emails. Like when I'm done here, I'll just go through, clear out my email inbox, just very kind of low stimulation, low caring about things type of days. Just because when I was reviewing my trading, which is, again, everybody, please review your trading. You go through and you notice patterns. And one pattern for me was Wednesdays, I was just getting smoked. And then when I looked at why, it's because I was overly actively trading times before FOMC minutes. And I was overly actively trading times before just the announcements and things like this. Whereas if I had just taken those days off entirely, I would have done great. So you notice these things and you just kind of set up your life around them. Then Crow's coming in talking about something, VTAC, which I've never heard of before. So this is probably the stuff that doesn't care about the markets. And yeah, whatever a VTAC is definitely does not care about what the market's doing. You can see I've got my one trade on here, and that's it. This kind of one trade, and I'll ride that out. I bought my semiconductors in my swing account off the open there, not SpaceX, SMH. So I got the opening print there, and then we'll end up seeing what happens there. But again, that's a longer term type of trade. It's not just looking for a quick hit there. I'll probably take part of the profits off before the FOMC minutes, but XLV getting back up to highs. So sell off, worked its way up, getting right back to highs here on XLV. On XLF, nice little rounded bottom. So things are chilling. They're just not making substantial moves one way or the other, right? I'm just going through on the streets here on Twitter, see if anyone's talking about anything interesting, if anyone's noticing. Oil, I think, is something to keep an eye on here, where we're getting back to highs here on oil. That's always going to be a bit of a headwind that has to be addressed in some way, shape, or form. We need some type of revision back down. Doesn't necessarily have to. But, we need, if it happens, right, then we can, I guess this is the headwind. So if this chills out, if this lays off, right, and this is happening because, they're taking pot shots at each other again, I guess the war isn't over, or it is, or it was, and now it's not, or again, I don't know. What's happening here there? Yeah. So if they end up coming back and saying, okay, we've reached another agreement, that will be the next thing that kind of pops this up. We're just not seeing that right now, right? We're just not having this huge move one way or another that's going to kind of really get us going on any side of things. We're just really chilling out. I'm looking here. I got an order confirmation? No, not yet. I've spent an insane quantity of money on a computer, so I was just looking to see if that has filled yet. See, Microsoft, this is just someone's asking for Microsoft puts, but it's just the market's not doing much. So the good thing about buying options when the market's chill is your premiums are going to be low. The bad thing is you're just making a directional bet on something that has no direction today. And I think, especially large market components like this, you're going to end up chopping yourself out more than anything. And IVG does look negative. This is a kind of bear flag setting up here. Does look a little bit negative on that side of things. Is silver moving at all? Do I even still have silver on watch? Yeah, that looks like that could be breaking down here as well, looking a little bit ugly. I'm just going through my list to see if there's anything interesting here. Again, oil being up is the biggest, up 5% on the futures. It's the biggest thing that I see. Everything's down like 0.5% to 1%. And the Qs pulling back quite a bit. So now, right, just talked about drawing that line, drawing that range. Well, now we are breaking that range. So now's when you could kind of maybe sit up in your chair a little bit and have, okay, now that things are starting to break down, let's see if this holds. If we just tick right back up into the range, then maybe we kind of ignore it. But let me just, we'll do some boredom trades on this test account with you guys. See, just right back up into the range. And that's, you need that kind of confirmation to happen pretty quickly, right? So you want to see this roll over, I'd say, in the next few minutes. And if it does, then maybe you have some continuation to the short side. But so far, we've just tested this opening range, and then we rip from there. So hopefully somebody who was looking at things like semiconductors wasn't, they looked at that dip and maybe used that chance to potentially get some. We came all the way down here to kind of 930, 925, 930, and then put in a nice bounce after that. So see if this bounce holds. I'm not seeing any news that got us there. I'm not seeing any news that took us out in any way, but Iran's flights at airports continue. It's the only kind of news that I'm seeing. Okay, good, I guess. That might be a good sign for not all out fighting. I don't know. So I'm seeing some French news. No offense to French people, but I don't think that's going to move the market. Germany's talking about defense spending, but everyone's waiting. VTAC halted down. Yeah, this is the area to focus, my guys. Is this small cap. Now, I'm just not talking my book because I've got this small cap short. But I think it's important to, let's go from here. I think it's important to kind of pick your shots, right? And this would be a good place to do it. And even Josh is saying the small cap sector is kind of boring today. They're really micro caps. We should stop calling them small caps or micro caps. But anyway, but this is the stuff that's not going to care about the market. This is the stuff that's really going to move regardless of what's happening with, right? Whatever a VTAC is doesn't care about Warsh. they're a penny stock that has ripped pretty substantially from 76 cents to $1.70. They don't care about, if you've doubled in the day, you don't care about Warsh. It's only the big market components that you have to watch. I'm really interested here in my Tesla. TSLA. Not my Tesla. I don't have Tesla, but I'm just looking at, it's probably best to look at a 30-minute chart for my idea here. So I had this crazy bad news, but when it got there, it just reversed it entirely. And now we're pulling back to that zone. That's making me think that this zone, was defended before, and it was defended by somebody out there much larger than I. And if they're going to end up coming back, then great. I can potentially take a shot there. Can I just close this side of it? Can I do that? I'm looking also at N phase. Can I buy 10? Wait, no, I gotta sell. Duh. N phase, another one I wanted to show you guys. ENPH. And just very kind of look at this clean downtrend. Very oversold here. But if we want to put in, let's say an RSI, we're getting RSI divergence. This is a system that I'm kind of testing on these moves. And essentially, an RSI divergence just means you can think of RSI as a gauge of momentum, right? It's a momentum indicator. And what do I do? Can I do this? Oh, well, leave that. Forget the blue line and just focus on the green one. This RSI divergence essentially just means you can see this low here, and then it's made a lower low in price, but a higher low in the market. I know a lot of people know this, but there's some people who won't. And you got to think about it. So if a momentum indicator is moving up while price is moving down, the indication there is that you're getting that switch in momentum. So momentum isn't continuing on the way down. Again, it can be a sign that sellers are running out of steam, that they're chilling out kind of in some way, shape, or form. So I'm watching this, and it's got your declining wedge type of pattern or whatever you'd like to call it, but it's a very interesting potential setup there in end phase. Pull back after this wicked run it's had. What up, dude?
What's up, man?
What's going on?
I just went to the backyard, take a little breather, come back, ready to rock.
Good. I was
Ready to rock and roll, man. Hasn't done anything. It went on the pause button like I thought it would. And what are we seeing though, right? It's like the Qs with a little bit of relative strength, the SPY with a little bit of relative weakness, right? Like kind of like leading down, right? And that's the sectors, the overallness, right? So there's only 4 sectors in the green from the open, but now technology and utilities are only slightly green. And now you're having energy and communications take off. So those are the 2 that are taking off right now as we speak. In let's say the last 15 minutes, technology in the last 15 minutes actually red. So now we're seeing that more of that divergence, right? More of that keep the SPY kind of where it is. Maybe it drips a little bit today, but doesn't really maybe make a move. It's not, I wouldn't say it's going back to 720s today either. I think it's kind of one of those days where you're just going to see a little bit of that slow drip. And then, of course, 2 p.m. can come around, right? And we know how that can change things. So it's going to be an interesting sign.
And I think it will, right? I think it's a big enough event that because it's dude's first, like, look under the hood.
Because no one knows, right? No one knows what was said there. And there was so much that was changed, right? And
yeah, and this is what people care about, right? Is they don't care about, the actual number, because we knew that was going to happen. They care about all like the backroom gossip that took place, and they get that
change of policy, right? Like, what is he changing in the policy, right? What's the focus moving forward? Like he mentioned, all these guys with their big pencils with erasers on it, and I'm over here like in like the 22nd century over here, and I'm in the future. All these guys are over here with their old, mentalities, pulling out pencils and erasers, and he's just in a whole different tune, right? He's trying to change up things. And this is a normal thing for a Fed head to do, right? I mean, if you think about it, every single Fed head has done this in the past. They've completely tried to revamp the Fed because they're in charge now. It's kind of like a new president taking over. Just think about it like that, right? And every time there's a new president,
yeah. Right? If you're an economics nerd, becoming the head of the Fed of the most powerful country in the world that's it. Like, that's unless you want to run for, that's the top. So the only thing you can do when you're up there is some sort of, I want to do something that they write about in the books when they teach other economics nerds kind of coming up the ranks. It's the only thing that you can. You're probably very well off at that point, so it's not a money thing. That's all it is. You know, how can I get that going? My CLRO, I don't want to jinx anything, but today might be the day. And there is a good lesson here, right? This has been on the hangover list just because it had it had this crazy pop. So I added it again this day and then got stopped out. And then I added it again this day and then I got stopped out. And so far, the profit on this trade has already taken out one of those stop outs, and it might take out both soon. And then anything above that will be profit. And it just shows being early is the same as being wrong. So take a step out, walk away, move from there. I don't know what you're talking about. LOTR. Is that actually a ticker? I thought you were talking about Lord of the Rings.
I think that is.
Oh, IOTR. I don't know why you're just capitalizing the first one. I'm like, this dude just over here talking about how much he loves Lord of the Rings right now? Is that what's going on? Yeah, nice little pop on that one. Well below pre-market high there.
Yeah, I mean, nice drive, washout play, recovery of the 350s. That's what this looks like, right? So the washing out of the 350s and then the recovery of that 350 is what's important on this name. So at this point, if it can just hold 350s, you can see it in bullish light, right? Below 350s, it starts to really break down. And then you're looking for pops that are going to 4, right? 4s would hit the trend line, and then you could start a bigger trigger back towards, let's say, 475s. That's the play. Question is, do we have the juice in some small caps today to get going? I haven't seen too much small caps today, but there is one out there that's up 100%. There's VTAK, but I have no idea what.
Yeah, we've been chatting about that a little bit. Someone's asking what's going on with the Fed today. I think we kind of did an assumption that everyone is a nerd like us and knows what's happening. So just if you're not, they have the Fed meeting, and that's the real important one that will really move the market, where they decide interest rates. And then later they come out with the minutes, which is just what happened inside the closed door meeting that no one got to see. There's somebody there taking notes and sharing them. And that's what's happening today. It's not necessarily there's no interest rate change today. There's no even real speech that's happening or anything today. So it's a much lesser event. But why it's interesting to people is this is the first glimpse inside of what the new Fed is, right? Did they all sit there and hate each other all day and throw things and scream? Did everyone get on board pretty quickly? Because the Fed is a voting mechanism. If there's a lot of infighting, that can show that the market might not have a clear, decisive action of what it is that they're planning on doing with the market and the economy. They're waiting for the new Fed guy to prove himself or something like that. So it's more of just a fly on the wall moment. It's dude's first day at work, and everyone's just trying to peek in the window and see whether or not everyone fell in line behind him or something like that. That's the main thing. So there's not going to be an interest rate change. This isn't going to be a catastrophic kind of crazy news day, but it's important for people who follow this stuff because it's okay, now we know what everyone is thinking about, what everyone's looking at, and whether or not it's something that we need to care to think about and look at it as well. Right. So best case scenario, everybody was holding hands and singing Kumbaya and having just the greatest of all times. And then the market can breathe a sigh of relief and start to kind of grind higher, most likely. Worst case scenario is everybody hated each other and was talking about each other badly by the water cooler. And then the market's just a little bit less interested in what's happening, right? Do you anticipate the market to drop? It just depends what the minutes say, right? I think it's just one of those where I think it most likely could be just a sigh of relief. Is like, okay, everything went okay. But yeah, if they're dropping slurs and throwing tables and stuff at each other, then the market could get a little bit worried.
It's going to mainly...
Go ahead.
So it's going to be mainly just focused on the interest rate conversation, right? So, of course, what was the major change that happened in the Fed meeting, right? Well, the Fed meeting brought that the potential of a hike could happen this year. And that's a flip mentality of what was said, right? So what they want to be taking a look at is who was suggesting hikes. And what was another thing that was not said, right, is that Warsh didn't vote. Don't forget that he completely skipped the vote. So how did that happen? And so I think a lot of people want to find out a little bit more about that, because he essentially said, I'm not taking part of your kind of BS mentality of how you guys have been doing things. I'm not even going to take part. I'm going to sit here at this meeting, see how you guys were doing things, and then we're going to start doing it my way. So I think that's the important thing to find out. What's that my way, right? And that's what we need to focus on. That's why he has the task force. Exactly. He's got the task force for that, and he's breaking into that. They're thinking about changing numbers, even the way that inflation's measured. Let's just say that whole, the Fed preferred inflation measure, PCE. Yeah. Throw that to the side. You know what I mean? That's no longer going to probably be the preferred method for Kevin Warsh, at least. So I think at this point, we just got to watch the minutes and read it, right? See how the reaction comes. But what it will cause is volatility. So expect spikes in both directions, right? And then some resolution. To me, and I think Michael and I would kind of agree, we're looking for, at some point, resolution to the upside, right? So I think this is just that volatility event right prior to try to shake things up. So I'm looking to see if the Qs can get up a little bit today. And then with that news, it takes a pullback. But by the end of the day and the after hours, you're seeing strength come back towards technology, right? So strong action early in tech, led by some fading off into the report, right? Then the report can create spikes to wash out, create liquidity scares on the downside, and then look for technology to rise. That's the way I'm playing it, guys. You guys, like always, can keep your eyes on the markets, and we'll be covering it right here. So
we got a note from the producer here. We're gonna do some swing chatting. We've been talking a lot about swings all day anyway, but yeah, we can do a little bit of a swing chat. And I think TAC gave me a good idea to look at, and I can talk about my undercut and rally kind of thing here. And so I might have mentioned this before, but this has been, of the discretionary trades I take, probably my favorite of all year. I did it with IVG, I did it with Oscar. I can go through some of those names, but the idea is pretty simple, in which you're looking for a spring, is how they used to call it, bear traps, liquidity grabs, or whatever it is, but just a clean, defined area of support. And with VG, you can see it pretty clearly here. I'll make this line a little thicker for those who can't, but it's not rocket science. You have these lows, and then all of a sudden, when you undercut those lows, you end up getting people starting to short, right? This is where trend followers would step into short. Likely, it's where a lot of people might get out of their position. They have stop losses below recent lows, that type of thing. And sometimes, the thing's just going to break and it's going to continue. That's what a trend is. You have some sort of high and then it comes back and it breaks that high and you have a continuation. The times that it doesn't, sometimes it can make for a really interesting potential trade. And that's what we're seeing here, maybe in VG, which back in my day was Vonage. I don't think it's Vonage anymore. It's Venture Global.
It's an oil company.
Gas?
Yeah.
Sure. And actually, the chart looks a little different if you do this one. Get back here. VG. We're going to do this on this just to. Right, but still, it's a lot of the same. No, VG, not CG. Right, so you can see this clear support zone right here, and then that breakdown, and then the breakdown fails. Also, 200-day moving average, it's a blue line if you're wondering. So support on that area. And then it's starting to reverse on some pretty strong action. Like yesterday was a really strong day. Today's a really strong day there as well. So it becomes the reasons I like this trade is because you're being very patient. You need a number of things to occur, right? You need that support break to break down. That's probably when you should start watching it. And then you need that to fail pretty quickly. And it gives you time to think about the trade because it's a multi-step process. You're not just saying, okay, when something happens, I'm going to make a reactionary trade right away. It's saying, okay, step one, the breakdown needs to occur. Okay, step two, that breakdown needs to fail. And then you can get kind of a move up from there. And then the other thing is that the risk is super tight because if you roll back over and you end up breaking this low right here, then it wasn't that. It wasn't a failed breakdown or breakout. And, you can do this as a short side too, I guess. It was just... it broke down, it wiggled up a bit, it had a dead cat bounce, and away it went. So, you're getting a very clear kind of entry condition. You're getting a very clear stop loss. You don't need to kind of squint your eyes to see where you're wrong. And your upside is pretty big because you're buying at support instead of buying there at resistance or at a breakout where maybe the stop loss can be a little bit more nebulous. So, just some, just the IVG example, right? It was the same thing where you had this pretty clear, again, you can see support here, then it was support right here. You had that breakdown failed, and then got back in on this day. And very quickly, you want to see these things reverse. They shouldn't be very slow, meandering up moves. It should be everybody who is short is wrong and flips to cover right away. Everybody who was long and got stopped out is mad that they're long and got stopped out, and they're getting back in. Again, a quick way to play these reversals without having to try to kind of really come up with a crazy strategy or buy dips. The downside, I would say, of this strategy is it's a very patience-driven strategy. IVG could have just broke down and continued, and then there was no trade. You have to first identify that support zone and then wait for a period of time in order for that support zone to break. There's just a lot that could kind of go on with this trade. So if you're someone who needs like immediate gratification, this probably isn't the thing for you, but it's been a great trade. It's been working fantastic this year. So just a little bit of undercut, rally, bear trap, kind of whatever you want to call it. But no, Tack, to answer your question, he's asking me if I was going to buy calls on this. Then he told me it was natural gas. So the answer is now no. Natural gas, I'm good. I don't need to leverage any natural gas play that I'm going to make. Thank you. And I'm good. I'm good. There's oil is moving too because there was the oil numbers today. But look at this. Wow. This to me is our headwind. Right? We need, if oil can kind of come back down, this is because I guess the war is back on, or people are taking pot shots at each other again, or whatever it is.
No, the war is definitely back on with the news, right? Ceasefire completely done. Trump saying that it was a waste of time.
So the fact that the market isn't down catastrophically, I guess, is a really good thing. It means that I guess we don't care at all about this.
Well, it means we need to continue to watch it, right? Because oil was down below the war situation, right? So it has a long ways to work back to where it gets to be concerning, right? So I think you
Yeah.
just kind of keep an eye on it, right? If it keeps climbing, yeah, it can be concerning. But oil in the 80s is never a concern, right? It's oil above 100 a barrel. That's where things start to break. That's where the real concern comes in. So I think you're going for a trend line approach on the XLE. XLE, if you draw a trend line, you'll get a move that brings you back somewhere between like 58 and 60. But that's kind of what I could see. This is the classic oil move, right, Michael? It stays within a range. It gets too low, and then some type of event happens, and then it starts to range bound back up. So I think we're on that range bound back up. And then you got to just figure out what type of plays you want to play with that, right? So we'll see what happens out there, guys.
The thing with trading oil is that you just need to know that the entire world wants stable oil. So if your bets are that there's going to be unstable oil, then you're taking the bet against literally planet Earth, right? Like you're saying that all of Earth is wrong and I'm going to end up being right, which is just a very hard bet to take. It's why it makes sense to maybe look at the, like the Exxon Mobils of the world and things like that. You get more of a trend, I think, with those than you do with a lot of stuff. But yeah, nobody wants oil to be $200 a barrel, right? Especially with alternatives happening with like green energy and stuff like that, if OPEC won't let it get out of hand, because then all of a sudden the most amount of increases in people buying solar panels and stuff like this is going to happen when traditional energy costs are incredibly crazy, right? No one's looking to get off of oil. If their gas and everything is cheap, they're going to look to do it when things are expensive. So yeah, you have everyone on planet Earth that wants oil to be stable and in the low kind of range of that stability. And right, we know there's a lot of big people in oil there, right? We know the market. We know Trump will taco if the market gets too ugly. I think the market has figured that out, and that's why maybe we're just shrugging off a lot of this news. Like, we'll know back down if we push him too hard. Just going in here. Let's take a look. So now that we've been ranting for another half hour since I checked on the SPY, has it done anything? Nope, not really.
Just fading a little bit.
Right.
I see weakness coming in the Qs. I see weakness coming into the markets. And why? Well, the leading sectors that were up now going into the red. So you're getting more of that piston effect where now healthcare is green in the last 15 minutes, defensive is green in the last 15 minutes, and energy, right? So what is that? That's just a piston effect, right?
Speaking of oil, looks like The Economist did this again, man. Again, fading The Economist seems to be like the smartest thing that anyone could do. So right here is where they published ships in La La Land and saying that, right, basically no one can get oil or whatever, and completely tanks. And then we were wrong about oil. They published recently, and now oil is spiking again. Like, holy smokes, man. Like, how incredibly wrong
this is why this is Jane out there. Jane, this is why I need you doing these Jane covers these great.
Jane wants to go with them. Jane thinks that they're like giving signals to other people out. It's just one of those things me and Jane just have complete opposite opinions of.
It's the fun part though. That's the fun part, I think.
It's just they're just so bad. They're so bad. It's Iran just had a comment, did they? Oh. What did they comment? A good thing or a bad thing? I'll take a look, see if it's anything cares here, right?
We'll see what happens there, guys.
I don't see anything from our boy Walter. Maybe he's wrong. Could be wrong. Let's go in here. Our boy Walter never wrong though. This guy never takes vacation.
Because it's not real. Because it's
Iran
not
Press
real.
TV. Oh no, he's got a bot that pops up on his screen every now and then and says, "Do you tweet this?" And he just goes, "Yeah," or "Yay," or "Nay."
Not even that. I think it's all automatic. Some pretty good stuff there, man.
Iran
He's
will
fast.
strike enemy targets at a ratio of 2 to 1. Okay, of at least 2 to 1. So yeah, just more like chest pounding kind of things.
Yes. Pound that
And
chest.
Trump's ranting. It's not about regime change. It's about oil or nuclear. I had a little Freudian slip. Maybe he would too.
I love that he's trying to frame it back to, oh no, but they weren't agreeing to the nuclear situation. You clearly stated that you weren't going to do it. Oh, good Lord, dude. I swear, it's almost like Trump expects nobody to have seen what he said last week. It's like he expects it. He's like, nobody watched that. So I can just say the complete opposite, right? They'll just focus on what I'm saying today.
It's a blitzkrieg, right? So he just goes and says, okay, if I say another crazy thing, they'll forget about the last crazy thing.
That's probably what it is. Exactly that, man. It's exactly that mentality.
They can't, he knows the world has like a TikTok brain. So if he just keeps moving, and it's like what I remember, the thing I love the most about him is when that whole Stormy Daniels or whatever it is came out last time, he just walked out and they were like, so, this porn star is saying stuff about it. He's like, fake news, never met her. And he just walked off and everyone's like, but the pictures or whatever, he's like, no, and you just keep going.
That wasn't me. That wasn't me.
He just showed that you're going to be, you're uncancelable as long as you just keep going.
I don't know who that guy is. I don't know who that guy is.
Never met him before.
Never met him.
It might be.
Haven't seen him in the mirror either. But
yeah.
Because when I look in the mirror, I see somebody else.
Rando saying, I heard we're going to run out of oil in 50 years. I was told that when I was
50
a kid,
years ago?
that we were close to running out of oil. Like, I just remember all the time just hearing, yes, we're about to run out of oil. Oh, man, we got to. And I don't. Again, if it is 50 years, you got to imagine we're very close to being able to do like sustainable energy. And it's not, we can produce all the energy that we ever need through like solar. Problem is we can't store it. So we get any sort of good storage technology, we're fine. So I wouldn't worry about that. Right. So, yeah, but I remember like really awfully done cartoons in like elementary school as a kid saying, yeah, we have to be very careful of our oil because we're going to run out. And
we will. I don't know. We will. The question is just when. And the truth is, if population continues going the way it is, I think we actually have a little bit of a longer term like runway. Because if we're really thinking about things, and AI is already telling this also, is that we're going to need less people. And guess what? People are having less people, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. So there's less kids, right? So there's less people in the future. That's just what it's guaranteed almost. So it's a good thing, right? And that could actually help create more of a sustainable approach to oil, right? But everything's finite here in materials, right? We can't get anything. We got to go and then pull it from the asteroids. That's what we got Elon for, guys. So don't worry. Elon will figure it out. Well, SPCX will go and drill on some asteroid out there and bring us back some oil. And next thing you know, well, guess what? It becomes in abundance. You never know, right?
Yeah, that's and that's...
Speaking of which, SPCX, a little bit of a sell-off there, 145,000 shares going through there pretty fast. We're starting to see a little bit of a fade there. We'll see. We'll see if the fade can continue. Q's going down, also rejected off that 710 level right out the gates. Q's went up there to the 710 and now has just been kind of slowly trickling back down, right? We'll see if the trickle can hold here. Micron looks interesting on the 15 minutes. I just want to mention some setups here for some traders out there if they're looking for it. You see the 9 EMA holding well there out the 932s. Could rebound just right off of this spot and start going back up. We'll see what happens. I'm trying to bet for a move back down in the kind of the worst conversation, bringing us back below the open. But if that happens, I'll be trying to play this. If it doesn't, I'll be looking to see what happens. I mean, that's the short-term 15-minute pullback coming right back into play. We'll look to see if it holds there. That's 930.
Yeah, and your stink bids, right? That might be a good thing to look at, right? And if you are going to walk away.
Let's see.
Right,
let's see. 50%. Yeah, right around the 50% retracement, right? So
that's a good way to do it, right? Is just go do a VWAP or do a fib or something like that. Just say, okay, I'm going to just sprinkle out some orders around here with a worst case stop at a certain area. And you just kind of sit back, right? The beauty of putting, the good way of just putting out those orders, you just kind of sit back, right? And just let it go,
All right, can Bloom Energy finally wash, man? It's been a struggle on this name. I've actually lost twice on this name today, so getting after it would be strike 3 if I get out on this one. So let's see what happens. Hey, let's see if it can continue to break down here. Bloom Energy going down there to the 252s. The big thing for me on this one is the daily chart. Daily chart just looks like it wants to start to fall, right? So a lot of times when this happens, you either get a big bar or a quick reversal. That's the way I'm thinking. It's either, to me, it looks like big bar day or big reversal, right? Because it just clear as day that it looks like it's starting to lose a little bit of that strength, right? You can see that here, how you were going up there. Then you do this kind of big rip. You come back, you reject that line there. You reject the comeback. And now you're looking to break through this big wicking action, right? So if you get through that level, then that's, I think, how you create a bigger bar downside look. We'll see what happens. It's just more, does it wash or not? Will traders let it go, right? It's no longer about me. It's now about the traders. Will they let it go?
I don't know if he miswrote it or if he misspoke, but Trump comes out and says, maybe we'll do some things that could increase the oil price. That's it. That's all the context I have.
Okay.
Why would they want to increase the oil price?
So that's buying up the reserve back, right? There was actually a mention of this. And let me go back to the Sunrise report because that's where I covered this for us. Let's take a look here. Let me just pull that up here. I'm going to tell you guys exactly. They stopped buying something. I think there was like a buy order out there, and then they pulled it. But I just want to find the specifics here. Okay, there you go. This is it. So the Treasury separately revoked the 60-day waiver that they had authorized for Iranian oil sales through August 21st. So that was a big kind of turn, right? They were allowing Iran to sell some oil through August, and then now it essentially revoked that. So that was a quick spike towards the supply of oil that was available because there was oil that made it through the strait, but now that oil can't even make it towards certain places now. It's going to be deemed as kind of illegal oil, we'll call it. So in this case, you'll start to see more and more pressures on the supply of oil. I think, like I've mentioned, I think this is the easy climb back for the XLE to stop out the shorters, and you're seeing it today as it continues to climb and hold the 9 EMA. This looks to me like a classic squeeze the shorts, right? Because the way that it's momentum running right now. So it's squeezing out those shorts. The question is, how long will this rally kind of hold up? You can see it right there. XLE continuing to push, now a new high and trying to get back towards the pre-market highs. We'll see if it breaks 56.
Yeah, we got semiconductors holding up the strongest, but now again back to negative on the day. So down
wash
0.1%. Yeah, so we're selling here a little bit on semis.
Yeah.
RSP's
You seeing anything
been taking
else?
the biggest hit.
You seeing any other sectors kind of holding in there? I'm not really seeing much out there, but I covered there. It's mainly the oil move and now seeing the dip coming into the Qs and the SPY. The SPY just went like red on the 4-hour chart. That's just a deeper time frame chart.
Healthcare right above its opening price, still down on the day, down 0.5%, but it's hitting new highs of the day anyway. So was that just a flash in the pan, and we won't really know till the end of the day. But it was something that I was kind of worried about. I bought that SMH. I've got a plan to buy more if we sell down a bit. I kind of hope we do. But the idea is this could have just been I made a bunch of money shorting semis. Right? It's time to cover that short, and that short's going to create this short-term bounce. I don't know if that's what took place, but it could be. And it, more than anything, I think this is just a lot of nonsense until 2. Right? If you think the SPY, this is the, you can mark, here's the pre-market low and post-market low. As long as we're above that, really nothing's happened too much, right? We opened up, we moved up a bit, we moved down a bit. We are still outside yesterday's range, but inside that kind of pre-market, post-market range,
All right, just figuring out like a nice profit target for Bloom Energy to see if it can continue breaking down and going towards like 238's kind of the level that I'm seeing. I'm seeing that Micron's still holding really well. I can see buyers trying to line up on the 15 minutes in the 9 EMA, just holding really well off that 930. So we'll look to see if Micron kind of leads tech to the upside. I think that's your nice proxy stock today, because if Micron continues strong, I would find it almost impossible for the market, at least the Qs, to be down, right? Because that's the stock that's getting hit the hardest. That's the stock that's bringing in the most concern. Oh no, but my Micron's back under 1,000. There's a lot of people that are above 1,000 long on Micron.
That's
why? Because they were fed that this is going to 2,000, right? So they're definitely stuck there. The question is, can we get back above that 1,000 mark? It's going to be important to do it fast if you want to continue the party going. And SK Hynix will be a big focus of that. I think, is it today or is it tomorrow that we find out more about pricing? So I'm looking into more of that.
It's probably the day before. It's usually the day before you get access to.
So it'd be tomorrow.
Yeah, you get some access to. Let me actually check my broker here. I don't know if I can actually even bid on. I would see if I can actually bid on. I don't know if that's going to treat it like a traditional IPO, because it's they're doing it like weirder, I guess, than a. Yeah. So there's no IPOs here. So no, I can't get access. They're doing it weirder than just an ADR. It's like actually being purely listed as opposed to like mirrored. They're like doing a more direct kind of a thing. But no, it doesn't look like I can get access here, unfortunately. So the SPY just pops right back up.
So this is another thing to kind of keep on watch there, just to kind of wrap up that conversation. So at least we explain it there. Here, if we go to my screen here, we talked about this yesterday. We didn't go through the slides here. We did the video, but I have some slides here that we can just quickly, the slide that matters, right? This is it right here. It's going from Citibank, right? And one ADR equals 0.1 common shares. This is very important to understand, right? So there's going to be up to 29.65 billion size with 17.79 million new shares available. The ticker is going to be SKHY. So if you guys want to kind of get that ready to go, one way that I think is interesting of trading it, and honestly, I'll put it out there and I'm going to preference this. I have no idea if this is against the rules, but what I did for kind of like SPCX that worked well for me is I set a stop at a certain level. And I said, if you trigger above that, right, because it's a stop, right? If you open above that, just get me in. Just wherever it is, I could care less. A stop will trigger me into a market open if it's above that level, right? So if the execution lets me put out the stop prior to the ticker trading, I'm going to try to do it. Right? So that aligns my entry ready on the first tick that the thing shows up.
Yeah, and that, with all the hype around it, right? That might be just the way to do it. It was the way to do it for SpaceX.
That's how I won. I got a max gain on SpaceX because of that. And I didn't even look at it, Michael. I told myself, if you look at the open, you're going to get scared. So just literally sit it out there and wait to hear the hype, because this is going to be one of those where it either rocks and rolls or you're getting a max loss on your eValve, right? So don't forget that. That's what we're here for in the first place. We're here to get the funded accounts, right? So there's nothing wrong with taking those types of swings also, as long as you understand your risk. My risk was my daily limit, as simple put.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, yeah, right, and that's a good thing to leave on. We'll do a little rah for trade the pool, because that's a good trade to take, a risky trade like that with a trade the pool account, because if SpaceX had opened in that scenario and just dumped, now we know in hindsight it opened and ripped, but if it opened and just dumped, Mitch would have just had that dude with the beard pop up and say, "Come back tomorrow," and he'd go, "Oh, that sucked," and go kick some rocks, and you're not going to blow up an account. You're not going to lose like a substantial sum of money. You're just going to have a little bit of a bad time.
Think about it right now. We just recently had a promotion, right? The second chance promotion that essentially gave you that chance for free. Mm-hmm. So I don't know about you, Michael, but you give me a chance to make $1,000 and it's free essentially, right? There's nothing wrong with taking a shot, man. That's what we're here for. That's what we're here for at the end of the day, to get the eValves to funded and then go after it the right ways, right? I would definitely not probably even do this with the funded, but even with the funded, it could be that shot, because the worst thing you do is what? Lose the package, right, Michael? So your approach should be a cushion, more risk.
But you know the amount that you can lose before the account gets taken. Let's say you've got a little bit of cushion. You're like, you know what? I'm going to risk a 1 day max risk on this trade. I don't think that's a bad thing, right? Just say, listen, so if your daily stop out's $500, you're like, okay, I am confident enough in this trade. I'm going to risk that and know that if that happens, that sucks. And I'm going to have to, trade smaller for the coming weeks to kind of dig my way back out. You got to take shots sometimes, right? You just got to.
Yeah. We'll see what happens out there, guys. Will we see the continued takedown in certain areas? I'm just playing this Bloom energy, trying to ride it now, as I definitely lost today, but now up 3.2%. So bouncing back about half of the losses already. Looking to try to make back at least 75% of the loss, and then just take the money and probably running into the afternoon, right? Not going to let it go into the Fed meeting, because that's the easiest way to let this come back at me, right? But if it wants to keep fading, I will keep going with the 9 EMA and just ride the trend. This is the trade that we gave you guys this morning. I didn't execute it the best, but the levels were the levels that I gave, right? Which were look for breakdowns below 260s, to look for washouts in these names. We'll look to see what happens in some of the names in this space, right? GEV was a strong name out the gates, but now it's starting to pull back. If this goes back to being strong, that could be kind of your sign of alert, but you're seeing the other names kind of get a little bit weaker. So that's one thing to kind of note. We'll see what happens on these names. Can they lift off today? FSIL was a name that was weak yesterday, could lift off if these names lift. And I always give you guys both sides of the coin, right? So the positive look would be these names rip, and the other look is we start to see some further decline. Look how FLNC kind of came down fast yesterday from 2750s. Huge gap down, right? All right, guys, that's going to do it for us at least. There's 11. There's the SPY and the Qs kind of continuing to trickle down there. And it just seems to me like we might be in a little bit of that lull until we get the afternoon news. Micron was definitely the best call of the opening action there, as that got a nice little lift off to the 950s. I hope somebody was able to make money. And that's it pretty much, guys. Hang out there, guys. Don't forget, 2 p.m. Where do you need to be? Right here. See that print go live. Find out what happens. We'll see you guys later.
Later, guys.
Yeah. There we go. Rocking in and rolling there. Mr. Steve the Achieve. Can you pop in here? Can we get Steve to pop in? There we go. There's Steve. There we go. How we doing?
Boom. There we go. What's up?
Oh, man, I'm doing good. It's Wednesday. It's hump day. We're rolling through the week already. It can't be any faster than this. It's like, God. Seems like it was just last Wednesday, which was kind of like our Thursday. And, it's been a fun day in the small cap market. We have SkyQ. Nice good move today from the Qster. Again, really just former runners. We have two former runners, one SkyQ. Still looking to get filled here in the 380 area for the move up. It may not. It may just stay at this 4 mark and the VWAP and go. TVRD, another former runner. We're looking at it today. It started popping up after the opening bell. This is a former runner that we've been looking at. You can see nice good staircase on the way up. And the new guy, which I think was a movie starring DJ Qualls back in the day. Nice good pop from it today. So there we go. Some decent movement. Not bad. Steve, what's Wendy's? How Wendy's? We got Wendy's. Wendy's tendies in chat. I don't know.
It's my boy. He's from my chat. What's up, brother? Good to see you. Interesting price action we've seen in large caps here too. So we got some fun stuff popping and dropping here in the small cap sector. Seeing a lot of big moves, but what's really fun for me are these consistent moves on SPX. So we've had a lot of fun. It was a painful morning session, I'll be the first to say. A lot of chopping and bopping, but eventually the short did play out. We monetized that into the correct level. The higher low bottom did materialize on indices, and it was a beautiful squeeze we've gotten off of that turnaround there. So really nice stuff there. I've only taken a few little trades today. I got stopped out of a morning session chopper. It was just a rough little I couldn't stay with it, Josh. It took like 4 yeehaws up and down. One of the last ones finally shook me. I did get back in, made my money back a little bit on the short, and basically locked it up there so I wasn't going to hurt myself. Only other trade I took today myself was getting long on a UPS swing off its 9-day EMA pullback there. And that one's just starting to push up through its VWAP here. A little bit of a laggard today, but I really like that high time frame chart, so I'm sticking with it. That's what I've been up to here, and I think that SPY is turning this corner, so it'll be really great to see. And we are cooking here. I think we're reaching up for another 50 points this week. Maybe we get another 10, 20, 30 in the books today. I'm having a blast. That's what I'm up to.
What stock you just talking about? More movement up from where?
Well, SPX, SPY, everything, brother. So I'll be working on sharing my screen here, but right now we are at 74.75. This is a big level for me. We have zero gamma, only 15 points above on SPX. Just about 25 points above that if you're trading the futures there. And essentially, you see the big W there, and that's what my eyes are after there. I think we have a nice expansion, and the gamma path is pointing up to that 75.25 tomorrow and 75.50 on Friday. That's the path I'm seeing.
The path of most resistance, my friend, will be this downtrend that we have been in over the last couple of days. So if we can get through this, then we can get some popping, rocking, and rolling. And we like to pop, rock, and roll. And another key level I'm seeing is boom, bam, bam. So that essentially 749.30 area is going to be some tough cookies as well when we start to pop, rock, and roll. Now, I like to pop, rock, and roll, right? Daryl, buy or sell? I am buying. I'm not shorting anything, so sell. Sell. If you're asking me, I was buying. I'm buying. I'm not shorting anything today. At least the stocks I'm looking at, shorts are already over with, in my opinion, when it comes to small caps. They're done. They've been had. Maybe possibly coming more from NVVE, TVRD, and SkyQ, but I'm more long biased with these tickers for sure. What's up? What we doing, Pops Mafia? Tip Top Gaming. We got all kinds of new traders I haven't seen before. TTG, bro. What about the FOMC? Yes, and that is going to come in about 50 minutes from right now. We'll start talking more about FOMC as we move into the top of the hour. Nothing that we need to talk the whole hour about, at least in my opinion. I think kind of like LeBron James, a little overrated.
You're over. It is just the minutes today. So we're not getting the actual man himself, taking questions or anything. It's not FOMC proper. So worth noting there. I still think we're going to get a little bit of a shake and bake, but really I think that we started front running this move a while ago with this absolute vicious V shape here we've had today. To me, that is not saying that we're going to get too much of a fade, but hey, We haven't broken high day yet, so there's always a chance. We will keep on watching for sure. Basically, for me, I'm looking for, I think the biggest move that's been made today, I'd like to see a little pullback, a buyable dip, somewhere where we're finding a kind of like digging our heels in. Then, if I do see the gamma continuing to build above, we can talk about a continuation move today through the high day. But in general, I'm thinking that what we really want to see is that move tomorrow and the next day. So maybe a little pullback and then a push as those minutes come out. And hopefully that'll carry us over the hump into tomorrow. That's what I'm seeing for indices throughout the week.
Yeah, I don't see us getting lower than 743, maybe down to 742.50 if we do see a pullback. We could even form the M shape. I know you're looking at a W, but don't think that an M can't form on a W as well. So overall, the bigger W shape here could still form an M, right? Are we bullish or bearish? Or you're bullish heading into minutes and afterward, correct?
Yes, I am. So I'm going to be a fence sitter. Basically, we're in a giant pennant on like a daily, so we could not be ready to break out the top yet. We did a fake breakdown. We're trying to cook the top. Maybe we need to fall back into the kind of middle of the range that we've formed on like a daily or hourly chart before we can really expand outwards. Maybe we're waiting on a catalyst that's coming next week with bank earnings. But in general, I'm looking for shakeouts early in the month, and I'm looking for a strong close to July. I'm sorry here. That seasonal bullishness, I think that we want to see that play out. And I think that by pulling out some of the liquidity from the market, sweeping the leg from some of the newer traders or some of the weaker hands, that could be what it takes to kind of do the big money Mitch squat and push type maneuver.
Next week we have CPI. That's going to be fun on Tuesday, PPI on Wednesday. We do have Warsh next week as well. He presents monetary policy report to the U.S. House Financial Services Committee. So we do have that'll be fun next week. So Tuesday, Wednesday, got some big days ahead of us next week, and we have. I think that's really about it for now. Say about it, but that should be some fun next week.
Yeah. That's I think it's going to be a big mover there. So one other thing to note, Josh, is just thematically, we are really seeing an impressive amount of rotation under the hood. So SPY really isn't moving very much, considering the leading sector has a lot of the leading names are down 25-30%. There's carnage in the streets if you are an AI consolidated investor. So that's why I've been telling my guys, try to diversify. In the past couple of weeks here, we've been buying biotech. We've been trimming our chips, and we've been starting positions in some software as a service, stuff like that, to kind of distribute the weight. It's like, you can't put it all on one basket's shoulders and expect everything to be totally fine for, just going straight up like that. It's not sustainable, right? So I'm liking what we're seeing over the broader market with this rotation. I'd love to see financials perk up again a little bit, but in general, really thinking that we have a nice base to push up here into July, August, and so on. So I'm loving it. We're looking at gold here, right? I know somebody in the chat, Mr. Inflation Talks. With a name like that, I'm sure you do want to know about gold, and I'm right there with you. It's pretty interesting look here, right?
Yeah, I think we have a little more room to come down, honestly, from this node back here, back in October, this nice reversal kind of Josh dip area. We pretty much have bounced off of it. I think we cracked that. I think we go down for more. I think we see low 300s. That's just my take on it. I don't think this is the bottom. I just don't.
I'll take the other side of that, but I got to say, it's not a conviction bet for me yet. I have not taken a position. I'm slightly leaning bullish, but I'm not ready to pull the trigger yet. Mostly for the reasons you're saying. It's not putting in a convincing bounce off of that major level before. And that makes me think, hey, maybe if we're kind of slowing down the selling here, but we haven't stopped the selling, maybe we need a crescendo. Maybe we need to pop out that level, flush that out, and get a nice failed auction down before we start moving higher. That's kind of what I'd like there. But, market doesn't always give me what I want. So we're going to keep watching it and see, because right now it's very strong today. I got to say, on the push off the lows, quite strong.
Yeah, for the day. Yeah. I just always go long.
Just intraday.
Yeah, intraday now. This reminds me of a lot of tickers I've looked at in the large cap sector today, mega caps, whatever. We're seeing the big red to start the day, some green, some tailing back up, very similar to the S&P, the SPY, the SPCX, whatever you want to look at. We're getting bullish again. Most likely, I think SPY is going to consolidate until it could even be the rest of this hour. Like Steve said, I think we see a pullback before we go for more. Gold does look bullish, like it wants to get back into this high node right up here, right around 74.50-ish area. Whoa, we got a doorbell ringing. Who's that?
Is that a real doorbell or a?
No, that's the fake doorbell because she's too scared to actually do this.
She pulled one from YouTube. You got your own.
Yeah. Look at that. Look at that. So can we just go straight to bring her on in? Can she come in?
I got this.
There
There
you
we go. Welcome, Alejandra. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
I'm good. Just laughing because I was like, that's not the right doorbell. I was wondering, is that me? Because, by the way, guys, sorry if there's any background noise. We got plumbers working here, but glad to have you on, Alejandra.
You got Mario and Luigi over there?
I wish. I think I don't know if it's Mario and Luigi. I think his name's Hector, but
Hector and Gonzalez. All right.
Are we gonna fill the gap or what?
Well, what do we think? Why don't you show your screen? You got your screen share up. Why don't we let's take a look at it?
Fine.
Let's see. What have you traded?
pulling teeth here. Alejandra, did you miss the short? Is that what happened?
I did miss the short. I'm a little
sorry.
bummed about that.
I missed it too. Like I said, I just had the hedge on, so I didn't really print from it, but at least I didn't lose money.
Are you able to share your screen, Alejandro? I don't know it's not coming up.
I'm sharing, boo boo. You have to choose mine.
I am choosing yours, and it's not letting me see. It's doing the same thing Steve is doing.
Look at this. I got it. I wear many caps. Today it's producer.
All right, yeah, there we go. There it is. I'm like, I was doing it. It wasn't doing the thing. Now it's doing the thing. There we go.
You just wrestled it back.
Yeah,
now we're on you.
Okay,
love it.
so-
All right, so what do we got here? What do we got here, Big
I
Ed?
missed the short. I missed it because I was trading gold. I was able to get this piece of the short on gold. So I'm looking at SPX because SPX shows us the gap here versus MNQ. MNQ looks completely different on the 15-minute time frame. It's not showing us the gap. So what I see here is it looks like it wants to break this order block here and continue to go higher. So I would like to take a retest to go higher to that area because the entry for longs was pretty much down here, and I missed that as well. And I don't really take longs anyway, but I think it's going to go fill this gap. I would like to see if maybe we can sweep some kind of high here and see if it'll get rejected at this 15-minute. And if it does, then I want to see the rejection there, and I'll look for confirmation to take a short around like this area here. And that should be a nice clean short. Otherwise, if we break this downtrend on the 15-minute, I think we'll see momentum and continuation to the bullish side of things, and we probably will go sweep the buy side liquidity up here and probably push to a new high. But I don't know because FOMC is in an hour.
By the way, smash that like button, all you new traders coming over here. 50 likes, we'll give away a 25K eval.
Yeah, and then I think with FOMC, after this gap fill, I think we're gonna see a dump. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Awesome. Yeah, I want to see if we can break this high a day into the print. That's what I'd really like to see. That what is it on SPX? Watching 74.76, right around there, 74.75, we'll call it. So if we can see continuation over there, I think we do have a pretty straight shot to 74.92 SPX. And if you're trading futures, just add roughly 25 points to these numbers. If you're trading SPY, I can pull those levels for you too. But guys, I do have a presentation for FOMC. I figured we'd wait a little bit to get into it. And we waited a little bit sooner, but just letting you guys know, don't go anywhere. If you're wondering what to do, how to play this, I got a few ideas and I'm going to save them for those.
He's going to save the goods. Save the goods. Yeah, I'm right there with you, Christian. Usually in the minutes, there's not a lot that happens in the minutes meeting. And could be, they could have a lot of traders trapped there. I agree with that too. It's almost like Alejandra. It's like it's your brother or sister. How would you say that? Gajan? How do you say that? Because now I don't want to mess that up.
Gajendra.
Gajendra.
Okay.
That's a fun name.
All right.
I like that.
I like it.
SPY looks amazing. It looks like we're squeezing shorts today, guys. I would not stand in front of this. Look at this candle. I wanted a bigger dip, and it just consolidated in this tight 5-minute pattern. And look at that 30-minute or whatever you had it on there, an hourly. Beautiful hammer.
This is for
It's gonna
sure.
push. Guys. seriously, like whoever said buy, Christian, he understands. This is the W pattern. We're breaking the neckline. I'm positioned long in some other things. I'm not trading futures today. I'm a little overstimulated with all that jackhammering in the background and all the chop in the morning. So I'm fine with my swings doing their thing. I monetize the puts into the low of the day. So feeling like that's enough for me, but I would not short this, guys. It looks very explosive for sure.
Okay. All right. I don't. Okay. Well, we'll see. I say when you say explosive, what do you mean by that? Give me an explosive terminology there, Stevie.
Well, you see, we are in negative gamma, which means that we have jagged, rough moves because market makers, they are not putting the bumper rails on this bowling alley. What I'm saying is bumper rails are down. When I sell, they sell. When I buy, they buy. It's not the opposite. They're not fading me and fading my move, dampening that volatility. They're feeding that volatility. So when you start bouncing off a nice higher volume level, higher time frame level in this negative gamma environment, and you got a nice volatility crush scheduled for you here with Warsh coming on and saying, well, he's not even saying anything. We're releasing the minutes. It really shouldn't be any big surprise, right? So with that in mind, remember, market is just, it's starting to prime itself for this rate cut narrative into the midterms. They are going to run it hot and put it away wet. That's what I'm saying about this market. They're going to run it really hot, I do think, into midterms, do everything they can to pump it. And this is just another opportunity. So I'm in dip buy mode. I see a big old pennant on the daily, and I'm not fading the conglomeration of the best companies in the world into midterms. So that's how I'm feeling here. And when I'm just looking at this right now, this looks like the start of a bigger move. So I hope I'm right. We'll see, though.
I like this. Look at NVIDIA. It's almost like the same as SPX.
Yeah, absolutely.
Clear short. I mean, calls.
By the way, Christian saying no rate cuts. They're spiking rates. I don't think that they're necessarily going to cut rates. I don't think it matters. I think the market wants to believe what they want to believe, and I don't think that Trump and I don't think that Warsh are going to. It's the closed family thing, right? So they're going to argue about it behind closed doors, but they're not going to give the market a reason to fear. They've been saying less news is good news. So I think they're going to let the market have their fantasy that we're cutting rates, because I'm seeing all of these rate cut plays work, and I'm seeing the incentive to pump this thing higher. So that's my thought process. Maybe I could be very wrong, but I'm just putting it out there on the record in case I'm quite right. I'll delete it if I'm wrong.
I want to chase this so bad, but I just can't.
Look for 1 minute pullbacks into the 9 moving average or so, and you can get in very small if you want. You know, that's one way you could do it if you really want to. What you looking for?
Moving average.
Okay. Yeah. EMA is going to set you up there. Alejandro, let me know later, because I have my own indicators. I'll set you up with all the codes so you can have all these moving averages, all of your Bollinger Bands, anything you want on there, but you can just unclick them if you don't want them. So then you don't have to worry about all this noise on your screen until you want it. Then you can easily get it.
I already paid for this.
See, that's the thing. You only get 5 spots. So that's why, guys, if you're suffering from the same problem Alejandro has, if you don't have enough room for those indicators, come on over to my server, because I offer bundles. You can have I have like 30 indicators combined in 3. So you can just check mark whatever ones you want and switch them as needed. Then you never have to worry about paying for $100 a month on TradingView.
Yeah.
So,
okay, I'm down. Down. Hook a sister up.
Absolutely. That's one of the things I'm most proud of, because it was such a simple thing, but it's such that high value. Because I mean, I didn't want to pay for the top subscription, you know.
For sure.
So I'm dropping that link in just a second, guys.
Take a look. We had a couple people in chat. We had 23 Seal, and then we had Sworn 2 something special edition, talking about the US dollar. I'd have to pull up TradingView to look at that chart, Mr. Steve. If you could pull that.
Oh,
chart.
I apologize. You're on my screen. I was typing. What am I looking at here?
The US dollar.
US dollar. The old Dixie. Yeah, let's take a look. DXY. We're gonna start zoomed out. It's getting beat today. That's good. That's good.
He's looking at. My bad. He's looking at gold. Let's see. He's talking about XAU USD. So essentially gold dollar or whatever.
Okay, so gold. Yeah, gold. Totally.
Whoa, man. Steve, you're getting all kinds of good fun over there.
Oh, was that me? Was that the jackhammering coming through? I'm so sorry.
Ask them to come on the live stream. Where's Hector at? Get him on the live stream. That sounds like someone shaving.
That's not me.
Are you serious? Is that how you're
I don't know what you got
work?
going on over there, but that's not me. I was muted, and that still came through.
I thought I heard it sounded like vibe, like a.
It sounds like something, all right. What are we talking about again? Gold? Let's talk about gold.
Yes.
ZAU USD, XAU USD. So what I'm thinking is we might be seeing a inverted head and shoulders bottom here. That's what I would like to see. But you know what? Gold has not been giving me what I want lately. So I haven't been able to pull the trigger yet. Watching this bottom wick play out, I'd really like to see this pattern play out because high time frame, I'm trying to fade Josh. Because I think it's a Josh Smith bounce play off this monthly wick. And I think that he just didn't see it coming. So I don't know. We'll see who's right and who's wrong. If the teacher has become the master, or if the student has become the master, or if I get schooled on this. But I'm kind of itching to buy this bottom wick bounce play off of the monthly here on gold. Not ready to pull the trigger yet. What I'm looking for to actually get involved, a close over at the very least the 9-day, but really this yellow 21-day. You can see we're just still stuck in sell mode here, but it's starting to shape up. That's what I'm thinking there. Like Christian says, no chase.
FOMO on this gap fill. Somebody help.
Is it ripping?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it is. Nice. So
forget to
another
smash that
15
like
points
button.
up for Zero Gamma.
You're good. I was gonna say 50 likes on today's live stream. We're gonna give away a 25K eval. So get those likes, smash them. And Steve coming up here soon. Probably about what, Steve? We'll give it about another 20 minutes or so. We'll do it 45 after. Get into your presentation. That sound good?
Perfecto. Love it. Right now, I'm going to throw up some more freshly updated gamma exposure levels for y'all. Home brewed, fresh off the press. And let's see what we see.
And don't forget, more World Cup predictions as well. We've been doing a ton of those, giving away a lot of 25K evals. Some good matches yesterday. Big controversial with Egypt and Argentina. Did you catch that?
Oh, my heart. Dude, that was rough. Did you watch the whole thing?
I unfortunately didn't. So here's what's funny. I see Egypt up 2-0, and I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to watch it because if I do, Argentina's going to come back and win it. And sure enough, and they do come back and pull off that. And then, to much dismay, obviously, with the the Egyptians, and if I get them thinking it's rigged or they had a goal removed, and my heart goes out to them. I love Lionel Messi, definitely his GOAT, but man, Egypt, I feel bad for Egypt for sure.
It's rough because you know what? Argentina, they deserved it. They played their hearts out in those last minutes. And you know what? They were coming off of a real they won against Cape Verde, but it was not a feel-good win for them. It was guys, we got to get our shit together here. This is not the level that we're supposed to be playing at, you know?
And then they did that for 78 more minutes against Egypt. I don't think Argentina has it in them. I hope they don't win it because they have not proved to me that they are that great of a squad. They've got Lionel Messi. France has, to me, and Norway are the best two overall teams. It's France and Norway, and I want Norway to win it all. That's just my take. I want someone new to win, and I like that big ogre guy from France, or not France, from Norway. The big tall.
I'm with you. Norway's my favorite. I'm rooting for them now that the USA crumbled. Oh my goodness, crumbled. Let's not talk about that. But I do want to shout out to the Egyptians because they played their hearts out for the whole game, and they really did. I'm not smart enough to know whether that was a foul in the penalty box, but the fact that they thought they'd get the call into a breakaway goal, comeback goal, it was heartbreaking. Yeah. So just, you know, you guys put up an amazing fight for a long time. And if you're going to lose in that faction, at least it was to Argentina, not freaking Belgium, you know? Yeah, I mean, come on, man.
Hey, and then Pops Mafia calls it. That's like being a Bills fan. I can't imagine going to four. You go to 4 straight Super Bowls and you don't win one.
That's tough.
Oh man, hey, real quickly, put this on watch, Steve. Pull this up. NVVE is on watch for any of you micro cap traders out there. This is on high watch here for a squeeze. So I like NVVE. NVVE has that look that it could do that thing here in the next hour or two. So I know we're going to be really focusing on the SPY, the big indice, right? We're not really going to be looking at micro caps. I understand that. This one, though, is on high watch here. Sorry, I'll put it back on my side. Yeah, I just want to bring this up. I have it on TOS because I like it a little bit better. I want to show what I'm looking at here, which is this ascending pattern. This looks great We got this nice downtrend. We've already broke it. We're looking for this little W shape that me and Steve always talk about. We're forming that W back over this 975, 965 area. It's going to be on crazy watch for a squeeze. This is my number one play moving in for the rest of the day. And the other one for you guys is TVRD. You like TV and you like a little RD to go with it? Well, this therapeutics play is it. And it also has that squeeze pattern look to it. We've been staircasing and bull flagging up. Just throwing those out there for you micro sector players. There you go. Now back to Steve the Achieve here and the SPY.
I'm just watching everything fly without me, and I'm sitting here.
Yeah, well, Ale, again, if you're not a long trader like you say you're not a lot of, we think a lot of people in chat said don't chase, don't chase, don't chase. I'd agree with him. Steve said it too. Wait for the pullback. And here goes NVVE. Just as I say that, we're squeezing now. There we go. But NVVE is getting that look, getting that look, getting that look. Hey, it's what's going to happen. Here I am watching NVVE starting to squeeze, and I'm still waiting to get my feel for the entry on it. But I do like.
Do you have a limit order?
Back down. I wanted a pullback. I'm kind of like with Steve here. I want a quick liquidation sweep back down to like 905, 910. It's doing it now, but it's not going to feel me. It's hitting 925, and it's about to probably squeeze and go for more here. But no, for large caps, no, I'm not trading SPY. You guys are trading SPY. I'm down here in the little, I'm like an ant to you guys. It's kind of like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, and you guys are all the really big people, and I'm the little, I got shrunk. I'm down here in the little person's player. Steve's still muted.
Oh no, I was saying things. Sorry, the jackhammer's going crazy, guys. The crowbar, the jackhammer, it's a whole thing. So this downtrend line here, Josh, I think you were getting the back test right there. It might be doing it once more here. I feel like under 950 is a deal. Am I crazy here? Am I chasing an inside bar?
Yeah, you're fine. Yeah, you're fine. This is just lunchtime trading for me, so I want to be a little bit more specific in where I get at. So I just throw some orders in, like I did. I wanted earlier, which is so funny, another pullback down to 830. There was a wick down to right around 836, and it didn't fill. So just that's fine with me. I like when this happens. Yeah, that one there. Yeah, I'm like, you got to be kidding me. So it's fine. It builds up to me, kind of builds up like, when you drink whiskey, puts a little hair on the chest. I feel like it does that for me as a stock trader. I'm like, hey, if I don't get it, I don't get it. It's going to build up some good discipline, though. But you're all over it. That little back test is what we were looking for right there, Steve, and that was it.
And I love what you're saying. Basically, what I was looking for on that back test was if it was picture perfect, which, man, it's a beautiful chart, very tight. You get the push, which means that I miss a lot of these too. And I'm right there with you. So, Alejandro, if that's one thing, to help you feel better, Josh just missed this one. I missed the long. I called this long. Not to be that guy, but I mean, go on my Discord. We were talking about this for quite a while. And we said, if it holds VWAP, it can get explosive and look for that squeeze to continue. And while we're getting it, I'm not making money off it, but you know what? It's like Kobe says, don't put all your eggs in one basket, but also you can lay more eggs. This is sustainable. We're learning how to extract money from the market. That's what you guys are learning right now with us. So just stick with us. If you missed this one, there'll be another. If you missed that one, there'll be another.
Tushar wants more gold. Tushar missed it, but he wants more gold, Steve. Give him a hit. Well, me and Steve we're splitting this one. So Tushar, I like gold down for a little bit more. Now, this is just in the meantime. Now, today, I think gold continues to push, but I do feel gold comes down a little bit lower in the coming weeks. So look for that to come down. Steve says no. He's not fully convicted yet, but he's leaning toward bullishness.
I'm a fence sitter. What can I say? It's not an A+ setup for me. It swept this previous low pre-market, so we did get that kind of failed auction down. That's really nice, but we're kind of in dead space. You can see this B-shaped pattern. That's not very good. Let's draw that better. B-shaped pattern, which I mean we have nodes here, we have nodes here. If we can push above this, well, we probably gravitate through this empty space and reach for this node up here. Thing is, this is the biggest. We probably do magnet up, but we have more work to do there. There's still oh, wow, yeah, actually, from the prior day, we still have good nodes up here that we can reach for. But my point being, if bears want to step in, they're not going to really do it right here. Maybe they do at the top of the shelf, but probably they wait until we get somewhere up in here. So that's where I'm more interested to look for a potential rejection and then a higher low to get involved. You can also say, hey, prior day's lows, it can tag back in there and then maybe reject. I'm just not quite sure that I'm ready. And I understand that I will probably miss the bottom because of that, but I'm still thinking that we're close and I want to keep eyes on it. I'm also really watching the close of this weekly candle. I want to essentially see a nice hammer. Ideally, we close above 378, but again, on the daily, it's the 21 that I'm really watching for. And we got work.
NVA's hitting that send button. It's sending, full send.
Dude, crazy there. It's about dang time. This is really pretty, guys, because it's just doing what it's supposed to, right? It's a higher low. It's off the 200, and now it rips. Now it's going to close over this, and now I'm feeling a lot better because Josh, I've been getting sweated. I'm in from 211.
Oh,
and it hasn't felt good. Yeah, it was a good entry when it wicked down there here 211, and then it went to 230.
Yeah,
and then I got washed out because it was a long-term trade for me. So is what it is. But I'm sticking with it.
You're the itsy bitsy spider, my friend. It's all good. Every once in a while, the rain will wash it all, but you'll come right back. You'll build you a new web. You'll see it 230 again, I would imagine.
I like it. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I was combining itsy bitsy spider with my own folklore tale. I don't know.
You've got your own lore, your own mythology. I was thinking of some Andrew Dice Clay. I was like, what's the last fairy or nursery rhyme that I heard? It's probably not suitable for TV. Yeah, I like it though. I like really simple setups, guys. Nvidia, it's been a dog all year long. All of a sudden, it's not a dog. On a day where the market was having trouble, at least in the first half, Nvidia sure wasn't. It opened strong and never looked back, and that's a real sign of strength. That's how moves start. Off high time frame, conviction there. And one more level of conviction for you. This is the exact, today it was a reclaim of this 50% move. So it made a nice extension, came back 50%, found a buyer off the 200-day. Now it can push higher. This is textbook stuff, guys. And basically, the uglier the chart, when it does turn that corner, the more juice you have, because the more people, the more professional player haters there are out there for Nvidia right now.
Yeah, and you can trade. We have good alerts there in chat. You got GDX, of course. You want to trade the ETF of some gold, COPX, some more. That's copper, but still some ETF there. Very similar chart too. So yeah, good. Yeah, I mean they're not as expensive. You'll still get good movement out of it. Yeah, it's just like when I trade Tesla and TAC and chat's like, why aren't you trading TSLL? Trade what you like. Those are great as well. Wendy's and Pops Mafia love it. What's up, Akibi? Crud Rocket. Like it. Yeah.
Good job, Christian, on that video.
Beautiful play there. 10 bagger. Definitely make sure you realize some of that, pull some money out and make it real. Because anytime you get a big win, it's so easy to give some of that back, at least for me. And I've seen this like psychologically. So I love telling my traders after a big win, monetize some, make it real. Buy yourself a nice dinner, buy yourself something that you like, put it towards a payment of something if you want, but make it real,
Get that 100 Get that 8K.
Make it rain. That's Alejandra says, come to Vegas. Let's go. Let's make it rain.
By the way, that's what she's doing with her winners. There goes NVVE, baby. NVVE, new high of day. Boom. Now up well over $1 since we alerted that. And a little bit slower TVRD. So on small cap plays that I pulled out for you guys there, I wanted to make sure you could see what breakouts look like, what good, solid. I'm talking the stock costs $2. It costs $4. It costs $10. It costs $500. It costs $300. It costs $1,000. Those are the charts I'm looking for. When I see these in any chart, I don't care what the ticker, the ticker's name is. I don't care what the price is. I'm all about chart and price action. And these reek of squeezy wheezies. New high of day, nice, good move there right there. That's probably going to be about it for lunch. Might get a little bit more out of it, but that's about it. The trade, I'd be out 90+% of that trade. I wanted a little bit lower. I got a little greedy, needy, and said I want 10, that 905, 910 area, but still good move right there.
Yeah, a little 10% from the entry we noted earlier that we didn't need to take personally all under, because you know what, there'll be another. But I love the discipline. This is my system as well. I always size out. Not necessarily 90%. It does percent on the, or depend on the setup. So I'm still young enough that I haven't crushed all of my hope out of me yet. I'm not a complete systems trader. No discretion involved. I still apply my own views to a chart a little bit, but within parameters. So for me, the parameters are: we push the high a day, we sweep that, we grab that liquidity. Nobody ever knows what happens next. Lock some in, you're up 10%. Make sure you walk away with a nice trade, even if it comes back and wipes you out on the rest of it. So that's what I'm saying there. For extensions though, Josh, I don't know how you feel about this. I'm not sure the timing either. This is definitely your wheelhouse, but I like this 1250, 1267 level for the next shot up. I was looking at some higher time frames here in the 12. It seems like there's going to be a good amount of liquidity sitting up over these wicks here. So I'd love that kind of price action there. And just one other thing I wanted to note, why it's always important to look left, because this play, the wick that Josh, you almost got filled on, what it was doing is it was basically, it surged through this blue band. This was a daily gap where there was no volume traded. So it smashed through that, came back, found buyers in it. And whenever you see this kind of gap, you always mark it out on your chart and watch how price action reacts there. Sometimes you'll see, Alejandro, like we were talking about before, sometimes we'll see these partial fills and they're super frustrating, but that's telling us something, because that partial fill led to a big wipeout in SPY today, right? That one overnight, because it couldn't reclaim that ground. So this one, it reclaimed it and then some, came back and said, you know what, let's double check. Yeah, we're good. We're going higher. Stepping on up. And then this last one here was just saying, hey, this zone is in the past. See, it was the pivot here, and now boom. Barn burning. Textbook stuff here. Great stuff.
Now almost 2 points move right there. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, that's I had to bring that up there on the stream. So we talked about something other than, I know we're focused on the SPY here. Gold. We have Minutes FOMC presentation from Steve coming up in about 5 minutes. Don't forget, smash the like button. We're getting really close to 50 likes. 50 likes on today's live stream. We'll do a 25K eval giveaway. That's right. Oh my, 10 more likes here. So just if you haven't smashed the like button, please do. We're going to do a 25K eval giveaway. If so, Pops Mafia Mayor, how we doing? Gold buy. Everyone loves some gold today. Gold buy or sell. This has got to be about the third to fourth, time we're keep ramping over this. I love it. Listen, just like the MacGyver haircut, we're growing it out. We're going 80s style into the early 90s, right? That's the new thing. Me and Steve, we love it. We're rocking. We're trying to catch up with Ale over there. Her hair is all the way down to halfway through her back, so we're trying to look beautiful like her. It's never going to happen, but at least we're trying.
Speak for yourself. Josh, I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. I can't decide if I want to get looking nice, slick, and suave again, or grow it all out. So I'm just popping it under a hat for now. That's a decision for another time, because there's too much happening in the market to think about hair.
Love it. I mean, gold buy today. I like it. It's a good, strong buy. I think overall, though, we come back down. I know we found the bottom and nice popping back up. Steve and I have kind of given our opinion on this on the chart. I feel this comes back down, tests the 360s, and goes even lower. I have gold in the downtrend. Gold through 350, sub 350. It's happening. Steve says maybe not so fast, my friend.
Yeah, I am gonna just be ultimate fence sitter here. One more thing I think you guys should watch. Any gold bugs out there? Watch the USO over gold chart. Just watch how strong oil is, because I feel like that is going to be just kind of an albatross on this trade. I think we want to see want to see oil just chill out. I'm not really sure how I'm feeling about buying, especially gold miners, into this energy surge, because you know what it takes a lot of to pull shiny rocks out of the ground? Oil. So it's going to be important to watch that, especially if you're looking for that extra torque in the miner trade, trying to catch the bottom off these. I know that's where my greedy head goes, but it's probably not the best way to play, at least not until we get that confirmation of the crack in oil. So interesting dynamics there. Talk my NVIDIA. I wish I had followed the flow that I saw yesterday. They were hammering the 200 calls. Those must be sitting up a pretty penny. I bet that's what Christian's holding, because he's a bad man. He's a bad man. I bet he got a good strike. Yeah, he said, don't buy gold, not ready yet. Christian knows what he's doing from what I've seen so far. So I'm inclined to listen, but I'm keeping it on my watch list. Maybe I just like being a contrarian. That's always possible.
No, I'm with you on gold, but right now, not right now. There's still, like, I would like to see a pullback before I can buy.
So that means she's bearish, just like this guy over here. It's going down. Listen to him. I'm telling you how it is. Okay, I was wrong on SpaceX. I was a little overhyped. I have a lot of energy. I wanted SpaceX to 400. I didn't get it. But let me tell you something. Back on Cinco de Mayo, when Micron was in the 600s, I said it's going to 1,000. It's going to see 1,250. It might even see 1,500. Yeah, Micron did its thing. SanDisk at the same time, I said, get into this. Get into DRAM. They're going up, baby. You may have thought I was an idiot getting in at 630. And then same thing for SanDisk. Let me tell you something right now. We know it's going to happen, and it's going to be right in about a minute and a half. Steve's going to give one of the best presentations you've ever heard about FOMC Minutes. And FOMC Minutes might be boring, but not to Steve. You know why? Because he puts that effort in. He loves life. He loves it, and he loves it when he doesn't have to worry about flooding in his freaking house.
I'm so glad that this is getting resolved. Shout outs to Hector and the team.
Shout out to Hector and the team. Right, exactly.
They're putting in work. Good guys.
Smash it. Thank you guys. We're getting super close. Pops Mafia attack. Look at Tack in chat. Jeffrey Flight 23. There's my dude. Look at that, Jeffrey. Who's that right there? That's the man. That's the myth. That's the legend. That's the GOAT. His name is Michael. Air, Jeffrey, Jordan, that's right. LaBum, LaBrick, get out of here with that LaFlopping. No one wants to see you flop anymore all over the court. Take that elsewhere. I don't care how long you've been in the league. Imagine if Michael Jordan spent $500 million. Oh, that's right. And didn't take off every other game. Like, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to go on a rant there.
We're getting a nice pullback on MNQ, so I'm happy I didn't chase it.
Oh, yeah? Let's take a look. See. It looks like right back to the opening price on the daily candle there, at least for SPY.
Well, FOMC,
and this is kind of what we talked about, right? You said more up, but then probably a little pullback right here into the FOMC. So this is kind of what we expected really so far.
Look, there it is. There's the level we've been watching all day. We got the smash. We're getting the back test. Let's watch. Now's the time where we can start looking and see, hey, if we do catch here, we can play for the gap fill. You can see that big old volume up here, big old volume up here.
But it only filled it halfway.
Oh, no, that's no good. Oh, the gap? Yeah, the gap. So what is that going to tell us? What ICT would tell us, Alejandro, I believe, is that we should be looking for the equilibrium of this gap. Let's see what we see when we divide. I believe he would do it into like quarters or something. I don't know about all that. I just like the equilibrium. So we didn't reach up into the 50% of the gap. That is worth noting. That being said, I care more about this level. I care more about this. What I will say, still in negative gamma. Let me pull up the gamma exposure bands here to show y'all. And when we're in negative gamma, the rips are overstated, the dips are overstated, all of the moves are. So just because we made this major move doesn't mean we can't go lower. I don't think we will, but we could. We are ramping up a little bit on the sell side here. Let's
maybe come down lower to those two lines you have.
Yeah, I'm overlaying. This is a little outdated, so I'm going to redo the data right now in front of your eyes. We're going to see what changes. So guys, what we're looking for here is this little purple and yellow, mostly purple blob. This represents the options exposure at each band. The market likes to move to these bands. When price was below, the biggest one was up here. We gravitated back up to it. Now that we have a pretty decent band below, we want to watch the progression of these bands as I change it from about 10 minutes ago. Of course, I just misclicked, so I copied the same information.
You're good.
I beefed it. Here we go. All right. Now
Wendy,
this is
Wendy, what's up, Wendy's Tendies? Jeffrey Flight, Josh, you know it. We know who's the.
All right,
we know it,
guys. Did you see what happened though? It went from the biggest one here to the biggest one here. They might guide us back down to VWAP. And then you can also look for the equilibrium of this. Lines up with VWAP.
VWAP, I'm going in.
5250 4250. We talked about that earlier. I said I don't see it even if it pulls back. 4250 would be the lowest, and that's right at that VWAP area. So I'm agreeing with these numbers, Steve. Love it.
Awesome. Checks out. All right, we're in.
All checking out.
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff. I'm sorry. I'm battling mad RAM issues. My something's going haywire here trying to share all this stuff. So bear with me a little bit. If I freeze up here, feel free to pull the chart for a quick minute, but just letting you know, it takes a lot of energy, a lot of water. I'm probably sucking up some small lake in California with my Claude. I don't know, guys. I've been using my Fable credits, my Fable tokens while I have them. How about you guys? Have you been messing with that? You guys or anybody in chat?
No. Hold on. About what? What'd you say, Steve? About what?
All right, guys. Claude, please hire me, Claude. Anthropic, please. Claude is awesome. Fable 5 is an amazing new model. It is out now until the 12th. And if you have a Pro or Max account, so $20 a month account, you can use this amazing model for a little bit here. I feel like they are a drug dealer and they gave me the first hit free. So be careful. After the 12th, it will switch to a paid API-based model. But so much to do, so many things to build. Great tool to do it. And the best thing for me is it's really lighting the fire under the asses of the competition. So we're seeing ChatGPT push their new Soul model. We're seeing Grok 4.5, I don't know. Well, their new one's coming out too. So great for the space. And meanwhile, China, they are doing their best to commoditize the whole thing and make it all free. So the future is bright. Go out there and build something, guys.
Can you still get your presentation in, or can we still get that done?
Yeah, we can do it.
Wait, guys, are we going to be on for FOMC, or are we leaving in 10?
No, I'm going to stay around. I mean, we'll definitely stick around for a few minutes afterward for sure.
Okay.
Cool.
Too.
Let's get on into it.
What's
Hi,
up? What's up? What's
Adelma.
up? How we doing? We got traders from all over. We got traders from
Yeah.
Indonesia here. That's awesome. How we doing, Adelsma? Buy or sell?
Mhm.
So many people. We're saying sell for now. Look for some more pullback. We think long after FOMC and the minutes are released. How we doing? More gold talk for the day. We have this as a bullish play, but still overall, me and all they say bearish. It needs to come down more. Steve's sitting on the fence. He's going. Who was neutral? Was it Sweden back in the day? Finland? I don't know. In World War II, he's neutral though. He's not on either side. He's kind of leaning bearish, but he's kind of leaning bullish. He's leaning more bullish, but then he kind of goes bearish. Steve does have a presentation for the FOMC though, so we're gonna get into that. Holy moly, what do you guys think gold gonna do? Well, if we literally just missed it, I mean, I love this. How often we keep talking gold. Gold's huge today. We should just label today's stream gold or not to gold. We think. I think gold down. Gold coming down more until we do find a good base. I think it's going to be below 360 though, in my opinion.
That's fair. That's fair. So, Josh, you want the good news or the bad news?
I want the news that's good before you give me the bad one because I want to put a smile on my face.
Well, the good news is that we're going to be so prepared for the actual FOMC print coming on the 16th because you know why? That's what I actually generated this report for. I forgot to add the word minutes in. That being said, it's really not that big of a deal. We can do it live. We can talk about it. So I'm just running a few numbers. Give me just a minute or two, and I'll have a little bit more to say on that. But you know what? we're doing it a little bit live there. I do think that this pullback is going to be pretty minor, and we're going to be keeping our eyes on what I really think is going to drive things anyway, and that's that liquidity and those options flows behind the tape as the minutes get released. That being said, I will have a few more talking points for you. How about in 5 minutes, guys? Give me just a minute to get those ready for you. It's been a busy day, so I apologize for that. But we are going to be ready to hit this as well as CPI and PPI next week. I'm really looking forward to covering those as well because I think those are going to actually be much more meaningful and impactful than these minutes here. This is kind of an afterthought to me, to be honest, so I apologize. But we're going to still have something for you in just a sec there.
Yeah, like Money Mitch was saying too, you could just let AI run it for you. Once the numbers get released, you could throw that into your Claude over there and let Claude tell you everything you need to know. Oh, Claude.
Sure. I like to have some stuff for us beforehand, but we'll be doing that no matter what. Trust me.
Yeah.
You better
I
believe.
think I would have come up with a better name than Claude though. It's just a little boring, It's just come on, can I get a little bit like Siri? That's an exciting name. I like to talk to her. I'm like, Siri, how we doing? Yeah,
Siri sounds like high tech. That's like Cortana or something, right? I feel like I'm in Halo. Claude makes me think it's like, maybe it's your cousin who's just a little bit slow. He's just, he's a nice guy. Don't get me wrong, but that's just Claude. Don't worry about him. That's just Claude.
What's the difference between Claude and ChatGPT?
Oh, well, they're all by different labs, basically. Anthropic is known for being the safety lab or whatever, but really what they've shown is dominance in a lot of the CLI spaces, as it's called, like basically like when you're typing in a command box kind of thing. Actually, can I drag it over here? Yeah, like this kind of thing. Then you're looking like a hacker, man. Then they really excel in their functionality there. They've been leading the way in terms of integrations. So while now ChatGPT and a lot of other ones, Gemini, they can like read your email, help you sort through that. Claude was letting you build that on the back end for like a year ago. So for the nerds, basically, we really enjoy the flexibility and then the versatility. But any model is starting to catch up really quick. So future's bright.
CASIFX, gold, buy or sell. Long terms, I'm on short side. We literally wish we had like a chat GPT that just automated a trade the pool response every 3 minutes. Trade the pool says we go down more before we bounce. You're talking about for the day, though. I think it's going to be in line, in my opinion, like we've talked about. Just really looks like the SPY's chart for the day. SPY goes, this big move down, then back up today. I think for the day, we see a little bit more pullback, but we do go up. Even after FOMC and the minutes. Minutes usually aren't that big. I've just noticed throughout the years. We're covering it. We want to make sure you guys are 100%. Any trader that wants to come over, because there's probably not a lot of streams out there covering, even this afternoon, come back over. Why? We'll be covering earnings. Maybe people they're interested in Levi's and their earnings. And anytime we have earnings, we'll make sure we're covering it. So we're just covering different aspects that we know other people aren't live to cover. But FOMC in the minutes, I don't think we see too much movement. I do see up for the day and maybe even to tomorrow. I do, though, feel overall gold comes down below 360, 350. I'm just looking at GLD itself. Depends on what ticker you're specifically looking at. But I do feel downside before we go back on up.
I'm going to show you guys one more thing here. as
Are
well.
we gonna listen to FOMC minutes, or are
Well,
we
there's
just
just the
gonna?
minutes, no talk, no talk. So we're just gonna get some notes basically on the last meeting. That's all that's happening. So
They're essentially giving us a book report.
exactly, it's Cliff Notes.
All right.
Notes.
Well, I'm
you know?
gonna stay here and look pretty while you guys read the report.
There we go, the dream team. What I wanted to show you guys. So on the right here, just a homebrewed Gex dashboard here, gamma exposure. What I want to note is, let me just run this so we'll make sure we get the right levels. There we go. So we're currently sitting at 74.72, right about this kind of equilibrium point where we have this large concentration of calls and a decent concentration of puts. They're kind of skewed a little below, right? So about 15 points below. This is VWAP. Yellow line here is VWAP. This is where I would expect the selling to get contained, and you could look for a mean reversion long off of that area to push back up into this chunky orange target above. If we just scream off of the minutes, I don't think we will, but I'm expecting more of a kind of stair stepping up over the next 2 days. What we want to see is this continue to build out. As you can see, just shrinking just a tiny bit there, and these puts growing just a tiny bit in front of our eyes as we see the candle materialize a little bit downwards there, that top wick. So we're going to be keeping on watching this into the next 5 minutes. We'll be keeping on alerting you on this and some other metrics here to kind of get a feel on where the market's going. In general, I think a small pullback even into this point here, probably it's I think that the odds are better up, but I gotta respect that we are in zero gamma and we could see some volatility to the downside there.
Crimson Lord, good question. Talk about gold and currency pairs. Could you do that?
Yes. I'm trying to do it all here. Give me 1 second because I want to. Yeah.
So we're talking. Everyone keeps the same question. So essentially, Adele. I'm going to call you Adele. Adelimsa. I'm trying to get the name right. We're saying talk about FOMC buy or sell. We're talking about we talked about the U.S. dollar earlier. The gold was essentially I say U.S. dollar, but the gold and whatever it is. I think gold overall does see some pullback, but then a pop. I think overall we've been saying the same thing for the most part, and here comes some more downside. Downside before we see upside. Even long term, I think we see more downside overall on that, and even in that sector overall. I think we just see more downside before we see the move back on up. That's just the chart just reeks of going down more. I say reeks just when I look at charts and glancing at them. I just think you see that, and Steve's drawing it out. Lower lows, lower highs, keep on coming down, baby.
A little worrisome, right? So once we get over this high volume node, over the VWAP, then we can start cooking. And likely how that would play out is when you get this lower low, but you think you might be close to a bottom, like I kind of do, what I usually look for is a right inverted head and shoulders shoulder. So I'm looking for a price to come down, not as low as this left one, but higher than this one. And then you have this low and this new low, higher low, to play off of as your kind of W, and you can add on the break through the neckline, which should line up with VWAP there.
My man, breaking it down. SPY, we might be seeing 42.50 here in the next 10-15 minutes. We do have less than 3 minutes till we get to FOMC. And by the way, thank you for everyone joining us. Almost 300 people watching right now.
Wow.
Across the globe, well over 400. We're working on the views, trying to get up to that 1,000 views. We're getting to that in a lot of these streams for you guys that are doing a little bit different. So today, maybe do it today in the after hours stream, because again, we're live all day. We're not only live now, but we're going to be live in after hours covering Levi's and the earnings. We're going to give away a 25K eval. We'll possibly do that in after hours earnings stream or tomorrow. But you have now gotten granted access, team, to the 25K eval. So congratulations. And if we get to 100 likes, you will all get, guess what? Another 25K. Well, thank you everybody for joining on in today. You've granted access to a 25K giveaway. 25K eval giveaway, that is. Wish we were giving away 25K. Everyone, we would have 25,000 views. Not more.
So we got Kasim Ali Shah cutting through the noise. Buy or sell? That's a great question. What I'm looking for is how we interact with this VWAP, with this high volume node here at SPX 7450, and on a SPY that will be roughly 743. on SPY. So that's where I'd like to transact to get involved in anything. Until then, I'm just watching the fireworks. I think that probably we're not going to see a huge move today, but what we would like to see is essentially, okay, this was the impulse move. This was front running, right? This was the market saying, we think it's probably going to be good. We think it's just minutes, nothing to be alarmed for. We got the sell-off off of things that aren't about minutes, and now we're getting this opportunity to crush some volatility. If this does play out, then it makes sense that our weekly heat map, I'm going to scroll over here, is pointing a little bit higher into the end of the week. Let me show you that. So each of these bars represents the gamma exposure, that chart that we were looking at on the left, but for each day of the week. So here, oh, whoops, I'm on next week. Let me switch it on back. And 1 minute till the print, by the way, guys. So we will see if it comes back down. It would have to be a pretty significant drop to get to my level. So I'm probably not going to be playing this myself outside of just being net long a little bit already. If we lose this big node, then I might have to start hedging and look short and potentially get this red path, but I'm not expecting it. To the upside here, you can see this caps us today at 7,500, but then Thursday and Friday, these big nodes are drawing us up at 7,550. I would love to see some expansion on up. And here we go into this print.
Would you say that gamma exposure is similar to order flow?
Yeah, it is order flow to a large degree because it's the order flow. It's showing the order flow for intraday 0 DTE contracts, which represent over half of the volume on or in the market as a whole. So absolutely, definitely similar to order flow. I'm watching flow.
My play's cooking. My play is halted up.
Yeah.
NVVE halted up. I got into this team. NVVE as it squeezed back over 1050. So I'm long right now at 1062. So NVVE, just want to let everybody know. Yeah, I just went ahead and jumped in.
Beautiful.
There. So got in here on the halted up at 1103. Got the squeeze of Rooney right there. And then Steve, whenever you get those minutes, the numbers or whatever, just let me know. But I did want to let everybody know.
We're pumping on SPX MNQ.
Love it, love it, love it. Guys, my computer's having trouble here with everything. So yeah, it looks like we didn't need, okay, watch this reclaim of the 7.475, and I'm gonna pull my gamma back up for y'all. You can see the 7,500 still growing. That's our big target if we can get cooking and push through the high of the day. Definitely, I would be trimming into 7,488. You might see this little staggered light green line. I know it doesn't look like much, but that's the hourly trigger, part of my system. That's a big kind of check-in point. If we're gonna flip bullish for a swing, we need to reclaim that. So when it aligns with the high of the day, very clean action there. That is what I would expect, but let's find out. Loving the growth on this top node and the cooling off of this downside node here.
Another play cooking in small cap, CLRO for you guys. So I just want to throw that out there. It's squeezing and cooking. So we have two plays as we move into power. CLRO. CLRO is a squeezing multi-day runner here. Beautiful chart. NVVE, same thing. I just want to throw those out there. What are you looking at? What are you drawing? What are we drawing? What are we drawing here?
Don't worry. Okay, yeah, I see how it, okay, yeah. Look, they're arrows, don't worry, they're arrows. What I was trying to circle was these big clusters of volume and what happened to price afterwards. We're getting the same big cluster of volume and seeing that lift off. So I'd love to see the continuation. If we look on an hourly, let me John Madden my way out of these.
What were you saying? We got Ayush in the background saying something. What were you saying, bub? I thought I heard a different noise back there. Go ahead, Steve. Go ahead.
No big. Oh, what we got here basically. What was I saying? I don't know, man. Node to node here. That's what I'm saying right now. If we close over here, look out for the next high day. 1650 is on the table in my book. That's what I'd like to see. Right now, we are still finding sellers off of this high volume node. So 14 may be a little tough to digest. That's kind of the little line in the sand there that I'd like to see flip, pop, and rip. I don't know. Go crazy. I don't know. Pretend I said something catchy.
Hey, again, thank you for the views, Yosh. That's what he's killing it. Just spiked up here toward the end of the top of the hour here as we're covering FOMC in the minutes. We are going to give away a 25K eval either today, later on in our after hours earnings stream. We'll be covering Levi's. I know myself and Steve will be around. Ollie, if you want to come back and join us, that would be great. Secondly,
yeah, I'm coming back for power hour.
Ooh, but thank you guys for joining. Keep smashing that like button. If we get to 100 likes, we'll give another 25K eval. Again, we will be giving away a 25K eval either today in the after hours earnings stream or tomorrow. Thanks to you guys for joining us today. And we're pretty much all over it. What did we sell? Right when we came on top of the hour, we were looking for a pop, then looking for a little bit of a pullback. 42.50 was our max pullback area and then look at us move all the way back up like we talked about. This has really been working out just as you said there, Steve. Good job. And Ollie, same thing. I think you were all over it.
And when it works, it works. And, that's what we're all about, finding those high probability moves. Like I said, I didn't get in this. I didn't get my high probability level here. It kind of just went off without me. But it is it's like, it's not being unruly. I can't be mad at it for this, right? So the swing's working. No harm there, no foul. Talk is starting to mention some color here. I'm still working on loading it. I'm afraid to move anything off this screen because I have so many things going that I'm afraid my screen will freeze. So if you want to pull the screen, I can focus on getting some color for us, or I can focus on this and you can pull that, or we can wait for my
I'll
finish cooking in the corner here too.
I'll leave it on SPY, so I'll get mine going. That way you can get some stuff cooking over there. I'll go back. We get the SPY back up here. We're doing exactly like Steve was talking about earlier on. We were in this beautiful node here looking for that squeeze up, coming back down. It's kind of that Josh bounce, the AK-47 Josh bounce, the one that Steve likes to teach and preach. I would have loved 4250, 4275, somewhere off that VWAP that Steve was talking about, somewhere in this area. We didn't get it. We're getting it off of this. We're pushing back on up. And again, like we talked about, we're not talking true FOMC day where we can move 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 points like I've seen before. And we're talking, I've seen days where we go from 746 back to 740, 740 back up to 746. Not that big a movement for the day. Gives you a little bit easier way to trade these when we don't move nearly as much. But good move so far. And look, what do we talk about to do the same thing? What other ticker that everyone kept talking about? What other whatever? There's many different tickers, I guess, but we're talking gold. Gold.
Wait, so what happened to the numbers? Did you guys read the report or what?
I got some color for us. I'll just kind of pop in here and there. Remember, guys, this is not a panic type thing. We are reverting the mean from an overnight geopolitical move. The market is not worried about the minutes. I just want to kind of clarify that because I know that people hear FOMC and they get really scared. Even this morning, I was rolling out of bed. Dave hit me with the FOMC. I'm like, do I not trade? Did I miss something? It feels so early in the month. It was early, so I had to get my bearings there a little bit too. But no, we're not worried about this. So a little bit of color here in the minutes. Initial public offering activity in the U.S. appeared set to accelerate this year, with the proceeds expected to help fund ongoing investments in AI infrastructure. That sounds pretty dovish, pretty bullish. Pretty bullish, maybe not dovish, because, there's always the seesaw. If things are too good, why would we cut rates? If things are bad enough, maybe we get the rate cuts and everything pumps off of that. So always that kind of seesaw to continue or to consider. Here's some more. The Fed says a few saw case for raising rates at June FOMC meeting. Interesting. Okay, a little hawkish tint there. I'll keep popping in here. But in general, I don't think that it really matters that much today. I feel kind of bad saying it. I think we're on our way up higher. Let's see if we can get that pop over my hourly trigger, over that the new high of the day there, and reach up and fill that gap and really get cooking. Still seeing the predominant SPX gamma node at 7480. We're currently sitting at 7476. So basically, right where we're at, we're back testing this important level. What we want to see is 7500 node grow bigger. It's close, but it's not quite there. So as long as we don't dump, I would expect people to buy more calls because, we're all human. We all want to catch the pump, and hopefully that will become a self-fulfilling prophecy. As the calls get bought, market makers have to hedge by buying the underlying, and then we go to our level, we monetize, everybody's happy. That's how it works.
Yes, love it. Says market will crash if no interest cut, says Van. Forget inflation. ? Short the market.
All right, he's got some emojis. I don't think he's too serious. That's okay. What I will say is some of y'all out there haven't traded through a real crash. And if and it's going to hurt. So I hope that we can teach and preach some really good risk management, some good diversification, and some ways to dynamically hedge on the way down, because eventually we will get a correction. It will be rough. Even a 5% one will wipe out 25% of your ports. Yes, you. No, not you. I'm just saying it could be you if you're not careful. So we are very over leveraged as a whole in the market. I'm seeing people down 10% in their ports just because they're jam-packed full of only AI plays. And you know what? It'll probably work in the long run after they panic sell 30% down, So just stick with us. We'll do our best to lead you in the right direction. Of course, not financial advice, but we've been around the horn. Just on this panel, we got a combined, 20 years at least of market experience? Probably more.
A couple
under the belt.
Baby. A couple.
Yeah.
What time frame are you on SPY right now?
I'm in a 3-minute time frame.
Okay, it's not doing much. It didn't pull back to the area we wanted, and it's not pumping.
Yep. It's exactly what we kind of talked about, though. You know, we weren't going to expecting the big bangerang sauce move. This was kind of what I anticipated. Although, baby, NVVE continues to climb. That is my sucking baby. Oh my God! Just come on, baby, light my fire. This thing looking for 12.
Wow.
Steve, we were talking about it earlier. This is what I'm love this play. Love this play. Love the squeeze of Rooney sauce here. Hopefully, some of you guys made some money. I left SPY alone, but I did come over to NVVE to get a little, just to get a little out of it. You know, I wasn't trying to go big on it, but I knew this had some nice more squeeze popability to it. Any last questions you guys have? I've been nonstop talking all day long. I am gonna come back here and we start our power hour after hour stream, and about an hour and 10 minutes or hour and 20 minutes from right now, that's when we'll be back. We're going to cover Levi's and after hours for you guys in the earnings, talk more about FOMC and the SPY, of course, gold. Want you guys to come back then or stick around. Any questions you guys have for us as far as charts are concerned? And again, maybe it is gold to certain ticker you want to go over, a certain sector, let us know. That way we can all, the three of us. And then Steve, if you want to stick around, that's up to you. Any of you guys can stick around.
Josh, I was just gonna say, you know, I'm a little stressed and pressed for time, so I apologize not having a little bit more for you, but I got it all ready for you now. I got it nice and polished. I got my script. I got everything I need to give you a little rundown of the minutes, so we can do it live here if you guys want.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
do it. Awesome, cool. So we're gonna real quick pop this window out. We're gonna get charts on one side, just so we can keep track of things here. Not your baby though. We need to watch SPX for this. That's what matters.
I did sell some of NVVA right there. Got pretty close to 12. Got 1170 to fill on the exit. So far a point out of it. Not in that big though. I wasn't trying to go mamma jamma big. I'm going to stop myself out if it cracks back below 11. It looks like for now we are going to kind of chop around. But NVVE, we were on that, Steve. What in the you were saying? Hey, anything? You literally said anything.
940. Anything under 940. Yep.
Yeah, seems to be a bargain. And sure enough, whammy! There goes 2.5 points later.
I don't pinch pennies, you know. I know I'm always here. What am I saying? I get so excited. So I wanted to talk about my role model. Shout out Trade the Zones. That's my boy. That was his username. He goes by a lot of things. He's a quantitative analyst on some hedge fund that I can't talk about now. I can't trade with him anymore because he has NDAs. But he taught me don't look at levels, look at zones. Trade the zones, you know. So it's not about the exact penny. Trade the zones, baby. So shout outs. Trade the Zones podcast, whatever you may be going by nowadays. Hope you're doing well.
That's great name. I said it longer. I said put your lines in and trade them, and that's exactly what that would be the definition of Trade the Zones would be.
Yeah, well, you didn't say one line. You said lines. Yes. 2 lines. You got a zone. There you go, baby.
Oh, there you go.
You got a zone going.
There you go.
All right.
There you go.
So let's see. What do we got? What do we got in store here? All right. So this was Kevin Marsh's first.
Any trade. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, this is a weight training for my ADD. It's perfect. It's perfect. So Kevin Warsh's first meeting here. Rates held at 3.5 to 3.75% unanimous there. The minutes are the committee's only on-record read as a possible September hike. So Warsh withheld his own dot. Remember, he's saying, I don't like the dots because when we use the dots, you guys don't need to stick to the dots. You don't feel beholden to sticking with the data that you're giving. Therefore, it's giving false signals for the market. It's giving too much noise. And he's of the opinion that let's talk about this behind closed doors. And then we'll present a united front to the people, give them less information, but more solid information. That's his philosophy, at least. We'll see if the market likes it. So far, they haven't been a big fan on this first talk. But you know what? There's a lot of moving parts. Like we said, a lot of rotation under the hood. We can't let Warsh just eat that all on his own lonesome. You know, it's not all his fault. So the bottom line here is that the minutes confirmed a hawkish hold. The Fed dropped its easing bias and shifted the focus squarely to bringing inflation back under control. Can't talk. Control.
You got to pay.
That sounds like Claude, right? That's how Claude would talk, right? He's trying to bring inflation under control. And he revealed that a committee he revealed a committee that's genuinely split on whether more hikes are even coming. So the center of gravity has moved. The next move is now more likely a hike than a cut, at least according to this. So we'll see if the market's calling BS because we were seeing a lot of these potential rate cut narratives start to play, these types of trades play out. Obviously, I don't know what's going to happen. Obviously, I'm not an expert here. I'm a numbers guy. I'm a technicals guy more than I'm a narratives guy. So I that's what I'm really going to stick to with my bread and butter. But I'm just kind of giving you you guys these different potential ways that we can, or potential narratives that the market could latch onto. None of them have to even be true for the market to bid off of them or dump off of them. Anyways, here's what the minutes actually said. So inflation is running hotter than they thought. Participants marked their inflation forecast sharply higher. Headline PCE is now seen ending 2026 around 3.6%, up from 2.7% in the March projections, with core PCE similarly revised up about 3%, it looks, 3.3%, sorry. And officials expect price pressures to prove more persistent than previously expected, driven in part by supply shocks in energy and also by the lingering pass-through effects from tariffs. So we also have growth being marked down. GDP was revised lower, down to 2.2%. A hot inflation alongside slower growth. It's going to be an uncomfortable combination underneath the whole document here. So even as officials were careful to say conditions do not meet the definition of stagflation, they drew a clear line between now and the 70s, but still, it's not like what you really want to hear. That being said, this all sounds more bearish than the market seems to be interpreting at, and I always think that the market matters more than any one narrative, because it's not really about what we're seeing. It's about the reaction to it, the positioning around what we're expecting. We could get bearish things, things that are bearish in a vacuum, but the market could have been expecting worse, and we could pump out that, just as an example. So just throwing it out there, because I'm not particularly bearish. Just want to say that. So the committee is divided, and this is that family fight that we were talking about. So of the 18 projections submitted, 9 participants see at least one hike before year end. 6 of them see 2 25 basis point hikes. 8 participants see no changes. 1 participant sees a cut. He's that one dentist, There's always one dentist. It's like 9 out of 10 dentists agree toothpaste is good. 1 out of 10 dentists believes aliens are actually demons and they're in their walls. It's like, what is he believing? I don't know. Anyways, we'll see. I would love the contrarian take of, I don't think we actually do get the rate cut, but I would love if the market latched onto that. So what else do we got to talk about here?
Wendy's Tindy says, where the S, Madeline Kahn and Blazing Saddles. You had your little, you two had your little letter in there, Von Stoop. I forgot.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Something like that. I know I had some muse I was drawing from there.
Yeah, hey, it's like it's almost like Mike Tyson almost in a way. You kind of talk like your tongue is stuck. You can't really pronounce all the words.
Wait, is it Princess Bride? Marriage. What is that? Yeah, that's Princess. That's a classic right there. All right. Anyways, where was I? Let's see. The decision itself, it was unanimous. So despite the split on the future path, the June hold was 12-0. Notable contrast to the significant disagreement in the April meeting. So Warsh, he stayed silent. That's actually pretty interesting in my book. The new chair declined to submit his own rate projection, leaving these minutes as the market's best available read on his committee's intentions heading into September. I kind of like this. I kind of like his less is more attitude here. I miss Powell already. He was like the grandpa we all wish we had.
I miss him too.
Yeah, he was good vibes, right?
Thank you. Yeah, by the way, Van, thank you for the love. Says we're doing good. Thank you. Appreciate it. We're trying to make sure we answer all the questions too in chat. We'll just make sure we keep up with you guys. Are the markets still at a standstill? Says Salvatore. Are the markets at a standstill, Salvatore?
Real quick, I'm going to update our little Gex profile on the screen here. Give it an old copy. Can't wait till I finish, till I get more Fable credits and I can actually integrate this into the full web app. But for now, we can do it live. And basically just updating these little bars, seeing just a little bit of an addition to this level, which is what we want to see. Saw the most minute pullback on this big node. In general, we're just playing which of these bars is going to be bigger. If this one holds bigger, it's unlikely that we push through it down to this one. If we do get down here, I would love to see this one grow even bigger, and then we get this blue path that I'm looking for, this W. Either way, feeling pretty good about this. Getting back to our numbers. We talked about the family fight. We talked about how the committee's divided. We talked about how the decision itself was unanimous and how Warsh stayed silent. Why does this matter, though? So this is, obviously, first off the rip reaction. I had a very quick moment here to overview this. But basically, what my, just so you know, my methodology here, I am reading from something that's generated, but it's generated on something that I load every single day with my opinions and thoughts on the market for context. So it's filtering all that and then taking this live data and using my own opinions to give you, you know, that kind of output. I'm not just reading AI slop, I promise. I hate when people just read complete slop. But obviously I am. This is live generated. You know, we did this live.
Speaking of, no slop coming up. That's right. These pretty faces, the prettiest, of course, being Ollie. But we're still kind of handsome. We're coming back. Power hour and after hour stream. That's right. We'll cover Levi's, go over more of the FOMC, what we'll see next week with the CPI and PPI. We'll have a full hour plus coming up soon. Don't forget to join us. And again, what's about an hour and about 10 minutes from right now, we'll be back on the live stream. So stay tuned right here. Power hour into after hours with me, myself, Steve, the Achieve, Alejandra. We'll have you covered with FOMC, gold, you name it, we'll have you covered. So, Steve, I just want to throw that out there. I want to make sure while we still have a lot of traders here, stick around. Come on back. Well,
hold on 1 second, guys. We have a special announcement. Anybody in my server, you know, we've been big in the biotech space. So I'm just noticing, I'm just getting the bat signal here from my server that one of our big plays, shout out to Cape Cod Flats, an absolute killer in the biotech space, put us on PRME yesterday. Josh, this looks like one of your stocks. Look at that.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, there we go. I like it.
We're getting the expansion. We're in from 390, currently sitting up about 20% in one day. So shout outs, the fam in the server. Come on, guys. Why aren't you in? Why aren't you in this stock right now? You should be. So, guys, just wanted to, talk my book just a little bit because, man, you don't get a move like that very often. The gap up into the just surge, absolute beautiful price action today to go along with some of our other biotech plays that we've been in. ABVX, big gap up for us. QURE, big gap up for us a couple weeks ago. Guys, we're nailing these and they keep on setting up, so don't miss the next one. All right, guys, back to the boring stuff. Man, that's fun. I love these things. Josh, we're getting biotechs popping every other day. I get to be a small cap trader with you. It's awesome.
Hey, aren't you? I love life, man. Get some of these moves. Get some of these moves like Jag over here. All right, let's wrap it up so that way we take a little bit of a break. Wrap it up 5 minutes here. We'll wrap it up in the next 5 minutes for everybody.
I got you in 2, baby. So here's why it matters. The yields firmed. So the 10-year yield, TNX, it rose about 6 BPS to 4.587. So as hawkish minutes stacked up on top of the Iran-driven oil spike, both pushed rates in the same direction there. The 2-year and the dollar have already moved high, or had already moved higher prior to the June meeting itself. So that's important to note. September is the live meeting. That's what's going to really matter. And so CME FedWatch now prices in roughly a 50 to 55% chance of a September hike, right down the middle. So this is where, you know, the market is going to kind of tell you what it thinks, you know? And Josh, you've been around long enough to know about taper tantrums, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah. So if that is what we get, you know, we'll get there when we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But just note that, hey, it is not. It's split right down the middle here. And that's interesting. Leaves the book kind of open here. Last thing I want to note is the asymmetry. So the market's been leaning towards the leaning toward eventual cuts. The Fed just told you that the risk is skewed towards a hike. So what are we doing? I don't know. Let's find out if the market's calling BS on this. Either way, a hot CPI, made more likely by the energy spike that the Fed explicitly did flag, that would reprice the front end and pressure risk assets. So that's what I want you guys to take in to the next week or so here, into that CPI, into the PPI, and then next week after that into the next, or into the, what do we even have in a couple weeks? I'm blanking. That's the next FOMC, I believe. Yes. Okay. All right. Great. So that is what I'm looking at here. What we should watch next here. Like I said, CPI matters because the next inflation print is really the whole ball game here. It decides whether one hike holds or whether the hawks get their second. The oil and Iran situation, obviously important. That's the live fuse under the inflation side here. The Fed named energy supply shocks by name. You know, they aren't, they're pointing to the elephant in the room. It's no surprise, right? So we got to watch how this plays out. We got to see if, the orange in chief, if we get some more wild ads. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to get political, but like we were so close to a deal. It felt like, sure, Iran hit some ships. That's bad. We don't like that. Iran, bad. Stop it. But they specifically said, a source from the White House said, this is not tit for tat. This is over-the-top retaliation. We are trying to make them hurt. This will go on for a while. I just want a deal, man. Can we get some ships going through here? That's my political take. Just open the thing. Let's go up in the market. That's what I want. So That's what we're going to be watching in that regard. Warsh's commentary coming up is going to be important too. Any remarks, they carry outsized weight, given that he's been telling us just about nothing. So if you do hear from him, then listen close. Last thing here, those September odds. The tug of war between soft jobs, which is dovish, and sticky inflation, which is hawkish, is going to play out here. So last time I was talking about NFP, the name of the game was dovish, and we saw that narrative start to play out. Talk in chat has been all over this, at least with the names that he's been picking. They've been all great benefactors of that narrative. Names like Affirm, Upstart, Lending Tree. I was looking at Root, stuff like that. Anyways, that's what I got for you. I said 2 minutes. I think I went 3.5.
You're good. You're good. Yeah, AKZ community, no pump or dump. Yeah, we talked about that earlier. Usually the minutes FOMC day, a little lackluster, a little flat compared to possible real FOMC days like we saw Warsh's just last month. Real quickly though, small caps. Out of nowhere, good call there in chat there from, gosh darn it, who put that out? Your guy Pythagoras. Halted up on news here. We have SRXH, a small cap play. SRXH is pumping. Was halted pending news. News was good. It's moving up again. So still continue to getting a good move there. I think this could be a one that starts to maybe take a little bit of the mob away from maybe other tickers. Other than my baby, NVVE is still on high watch for 12s, and it could be getting 12 soon. I talked about it. This channeling up at 11, and it's done that over the past 30, 40 minutes for you guys. So beautiful area to get back in, add in for NVVE. Those are my tickers for the rest of the day. So I like SRXH. It's going to be my new ticker that I'm going to be looking at. But the main ticker for me for the rest of the day is going to be NVVE. This is beautiful, beautiful. Let's go back through this for you guys real quickly. It's gorgeous. This thing's going to squeeze and go to 1250. Probably in a matter of alakazam, alakazam, get to 1250. You know you're the man. Oh, man, I was hoping I was about to do it right there. Yeah.
Well, you still got a quarter of a second. Give it up for the producer there. I use on the backside.
Love it. All right. Love it. Love it. Love it. Have you guys, we're going to take a quick little break right now. All three of our beautiful faces will be back in an hour to cover Power Hour into After Hours, more FOMC talk, more gold talk, of course, Levi earnings, 25K eval. Smash that like button. If we get to 100 likes, we're going to give away 2 25K evals. We can't thank all of you enough. Tyler from TAC. Chat, look at chat. Who this chat? A lot of people from, we got India today, Indonesia today. Jesse, what's up? Jesse's in chat. Every one of you, Mr. Mike, Mr. D Rider, AKZ in chat, Pythagoras in chat, Nigel in chat, Snowman in chat, Salvas, everybody. Thank you guys for coming on over today. Smash that like button. Tyler Smith, what's up, guys? Any good trades for you today? Oh yeah, it starts with and ends with.
Oh, NVIDIA. Sorry.
Yeah, rewind the stream. Always do that, guys. Hey, we're about to take a little break. We've been yapping it up for the past hour and a half. Always rewind. You know what? I'm going to see what these guys talked about. Rewind the stream. Go back an hour, go back an hour and a half. Go listen to it again if you missed it. Good, great information. We talked gold and SPY nonstop over the past hour and a half. So if you have any questions about that, just rewind it and you'll be filled with tons of info. Steve, Ale, any last comments from you guys before we head out for now?
Yeah, you were talking about what you're watching for the rest of the day. I've been having a really good week. Anybody in my server knows. I'm taking my victory lap. My gamble account's up like 80% this week. So I'm trading so small. My only open trade right now is UPS. I opened a UPS swing. I got in long nice. August 120 calls at about $2 off of this reclaim and test of the 9 moving average off of this horizontal level combined with my moving average up here. I think it's breaking out, back testing, going to flag another day or two and push on up to 115 where I'm going to trim and hopefully the moon. So that's my number one watch for the day. I know it's a little bit boring. It's a little bit boomer, but hey, maybe I am too. Either way, those contracts move. So that's good enough for me.
Pops Mafia loving the UPS dividend. Christian is in it as well. So just brought up. Nice. Dak loves it. Everyone loves it.
Cheers.
Wendy's Tendies. Go get me a spicy chicken sandwich from Wendy's with add a slice of cheese. Go, of course, with a large fry. Get a bacon, egg, and cheese burger or a junior bacon, egg, and cheese. Of course, get your Baconator. Get you a Frosty. Live it up for me today. Get you one of those loaded baked potatoes as well. I just want you to go eat some Wendy's for me.
Dude, I'm so hungry. Let's go.
All right,
guys. Josh, just to clarify, am I coming back for Power Hour right at half an hour here? I'd love to.
If you want to, that is all up to you. If you want to come back in 30 minutes and start rocking and rolling, you can go ahead. You get my permission, and I will join you in about an hour from now.
Awesome. I got the blessing of the big dog himself, so we're going to do it. I know Snowman was just sitting there waiting to ask, so wanted to say. I got you, baby. I got you, baby. I am going to get some food because I only got a half an hour here all day long to do the rest of my prep work. All right,
Yeah,
take care,
everyone
y'all.
else, have a great day. Ali,
You
thanks
guys
for joining us in a bit. Ayush in the background, love you. Thank you, brother. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Hey traders, it's Steve Tyman here with Trade the Pool, back for Power Hour already. It's that time. We are 2 minutes past, going to get right into it. We have been watching and waiting SPX. So I've been getting a snack here. Let's refresh our gamma, take a peek at what's been going on in the hour since I left. And we'll start talking about some cool stuff. We got a potential squeeze on our hands that I want to talk about. Mike Ryder in the house talking FRTT right meow. We're going to look at that. Some Oklahoma who are you? Oklahoma Lone Wolf, welcome. Haven't seen that name before. Talking about PBLS. We're going to check out all of these and more. Joby, some drones as well, potentially. We got a lot to talk about. Let's get on into it momentarily here. How we doing, guys? Having a good day so far? Hope so. It's been pretty good here. Kind of slow for me personally. Haven't been taking a lot of trades. We're going to keep an eye on SPX going into this purple level we have drawn out. I'll get this full screen for you. Just a moment. Hopefully, cup and handle playing out here. Did get a bit of a false start the past couple minutes. We want to see if dip buyers are still here off of this previous high a day. 74.75 SPX, the level I'm watching. If we find confirmation there, we have room up to 7,500 in theory for Power Hour. We're going to take a look and see how valid that is looking at this juncture. Excuse me. What's up, Wendy's Tendies? Let's end the day strong. Yes, sir. Great day, Snowman. Up 1,000. Let's go, baby. Adrian says yellow. I don't know what that means. In the middle? Not green, not red. Yellow? Yellow's good. I'm kind of yellow today. I'm up like 20 bucks. I was down 50 earlier. That's been the range of my trading board. Took one trade. Not doing much yet. We'll see. All right. Sorry, buying time for my GEX scanner to load. There it goes, popping on up. And bear with me just one moment. Man's got to eat, you know what I'm saying? Had some quiche real quick, filled up the tank. Now we're good to go again, but I did have to restart the computer, so bearing with me here is much appreciated. In general, I think that we're basically doing a whole lot of nothing, guys. We did the V, we caught. If we look at a daily candle, what we really did is transact with some of our moving averages on the daily and held. So we're going to erase our little potential bearish line there. Just really take a look at what this candle is actually showing us with no lines at all. We transacted down just under the 50-day on SPX. I think if we go to SPY, we'll actually see the 50-day tap. 50-day tap, beautiful transaction there. And this is essentially why we were looking for the low of the day, where we were. I hopped out of the little hedge. I really didn't make any money off it. It was hedging another play. That play hasn't popped much. So like I said, up 50 bucks on the day, but the hedge cover was good. Big port doing just fine, up nicely. Gamble port, yeah, like I said, treading water here. But now we have the reclaim of these moving averages. I'm liking what I'm seeing here. Essentially, I want to see this gap get filled over the next day or two, back to the 750 type beat, somewhere around there. So we're looking at a potential 0.2% move in a day or two here. Nothing crazy to write home about yet, because we're still not sure if we are ready to smash the breakout. Let's find that on SPX a little clearer. To smash this breakout, but essentially we are getting the move we looked for. Here, the path was a little, a day or two early. We were looking for the push down into this moving average before pushing up. So this is where the rubber meets the road. If we can get up on and over this 75.50 in particular, this band we got, this is where I'm seeing end of the week GEX pointing towards. If we can get over here, we're rocking, we're rolling. Maybe we get a small pullback next week into the bank earnings and take off out of this pattern. I'm bullish, guys. Just about finding our spot. Let's see. Adrian cooking on the NeoCloud front. Like always, I said it on stream. I'm too scared, but I bet it works for him because he sees these dip buys better than I. So let's look at the index here, WGMI, a little less pronounced. Just a little yeehaw, up off our daily trigger as usual. Where is it? Hard to see. Let me make it a little bit more visible. So, whoops. So my daily triggers are basically a set of EMAs at a certain interval that are overlaid on all time frames. So whatever screen I'm on, I'm seeing this specific EMA on a daily chart overlaid on it, on an hourly chart overlaid on it, on a 5-minute chart overlaid on it. Let me make them a little bit more clear, and then we'll talk about them. The idea is that they each represent a different cohort of buyers. Pardon me, looking for the right area. Here they are. There we go. So now we have these handy dandy labels here. This is actually the weekly moving average that is supposed to represent the buyers who are looking at weekly charts and finding support there. If we go to our weekly chart, we'll probably see why. And there it is. This was a retest. Let's clean this up a little bit. It was a retest of this level right here. The W base that it pushed out from, we came back in, transacted, and found these resting buyers. Basically, resistance, flip to support. Looking good for a potential cup and handle here on WGMI. I still like the sector. I only have APLD. This is my only one because you know what? I've been getting beat on it. And you know what? It doesn't feel great. But we're finally back down to a place where it might be time to add. Definitely not the strongest of the bunch. That would probably be NBIS. But still thinking that there's some potential for it to reclaim this 200-day and rock and roll. My cost basis is 30. So it hasn't been super comfortable going all the way up and break even. You know, I did take some off, but not enough to feel great about that pullback. So I just wanted exposure in the space. I still like APLD. I know CoreWeave's interesting in the space too. Another one that Adrian's mentioning there. Yeah, absolutely. So CoreWeave, an interesting little fake breakdown perhaps over its area of interest. This is a pretty clear demand zone and a little bit of a low volume pocket here at 85, which seems to be transacting nicely. Also of note, the 50% pullback of this low to this high here, the May rally, March to May rally. Well, that 50% got transacted right at the point of control. That's our little dotted line. All these reasons make me think, hey, probably not a bad bet to go up and try to test the top of this volume shelf. Try to test this bigger downtrend line that we've got. At the very least, the 200-day. So liking the trade here, at least back to 100 for a trim. I think you could take some CoreWeave L, you know, whatever the double CoreWeave is. I think that's probably what I would be looking to trade here as long as it holds over 80. So maybe we get a little bit of a higher low tomorrow to play off of, but really strong action today. Liking that move there. Let's see what we got. Excuse me if I'm butchering your name, by Pinsai, something like that. We got him asking, is NVIDIA going down at all anytime soon? Well, the past year wasn't enough for you? Wow, very strong move here. I just hold shares of this bad boy. I'm in from 211, so I'm still a little bit red. I wasn't paying enough attention yesterday. It gave the tap. I did not get in at the 191 tap of the 200-day, but that was a higher low off the 200-day. You know me, I love these higher low setups there. You trade the W, you can add at the neck break, so I missed that too. But hey, we'll find our spot. We'll find a spot to add. Still just happy that I own some of this because, hey, you know what? I think NVIDIA, it's a good company. See the oscillator starting to curl up after going oversold. See it catching right where it should. I like it. There's the weekly trigger as well for some more confluence there. NVIDIA is your big position by far. Nice. It's a good one that's, you know, it's safe, right? It's safe as tech can be. Safe as an AI trade can be. It's big enough in market cap that it's going to kind of absorb some of the volatility that some of the other ones are getting shredded by. So this AAOI, yeah, excuse this path. This did not play out. But regardless, you're just seeing the volatility that can play out on some of these leaders of the AI space. Here's another for you. BE, getting hammered today. We thought this was a long. We got long. After hours, it pumped 15%. Took some off, got stopped out, has some on break even, got stopped out for a loss on a third. Now I'm starting to look for entries short on BE. Basically, these leaders of the AI space, sometimes they get too fast and loose up at the top. They should be tightening up here. Instead, it bonked its head and started getting bigger candles. I think this one may break down further, at least to 200 or so, maybe the bottom of this megaphone. But essentially, I think NVIDIA is kind of insulated because they weren't leading the way up like the BEs, like the Microns were. You know what I'm saying? So as the market is doing this whole theme of rotation, that's what we're seeing. We're seeing SPY hanging out sideways while SMH and the leaders correct. Oh, sorry, my silly drawing. This was illustrating what I'm kind of expecting on Head and Shoulders to play out here. This was to illustrate to my girlfriend who owns a ton of SMH. She's a gangster trader. She just kept accumulating for like 2 years and then it doubled. So awesome trade there. We've been scaling out. This is what I told her for the last third of her position here. We sold some into this level, sold some into this level a little early, and now looking to get out the last third on this right shoulder if it does play out. I'm still a believer in the trade, just wondering if maybe it needs to cool down a little bit further and, let some other sectors have some shine into the second half of the year. Am I maybe missing out on some really nice gains if this thing makes another leg up? Yeah, but there will be places to buy if it is breaking out on a back test or something. I don't really care about missing this little section right here or whatever I might miss from my sell at the potential shoulder. If it does keep going, we'll find a spot to enter. For me, it's risk reward, right? So many other sectors look good for risk on trades. I don't want all my capital tied up in something that could be a right shoulder. That's how I'm feeling. Still going to be buying dips long term. Or if we break out the top and I'm just wrong, I will FOMO into that trade a little bit on the leaders and just only ones that I actually believe are going to do very well long term. Thinking AMAT primarily is my biggest watch here. So getting back to some comments here, we got Justin Black in the house. Welcome. How do you feel about QQZQ? Do you think they're going to hold? I'm holding puts. Do you mean QQQ by chance? I don't think that's a ticker. QQZQ. Yeah, nothing there. So probably you mean QQQ. Are they going to hold? You are holding puts, did you say? Well, Justin, let me know your expiry, how long you got on those, and your strike, how far down you're looking for, and we can talk about it. In general, I'm bullish. So, I've been wrong many times. I'll be wrong many more times, probably today. But for me, this looks like a higher low and it looks like we're digesting at the neckline. So this is the kind of bread and butter setup I look for. We have a big capitulation in the morning. Then we have a smaller move down. Usually it retests this small W. See what I'm talking about here, guys? Fractals. So down here, the bottoming structure we look for is one push down that's sharper. It comes up, it sells off again, but it makes a higher low. When it breaks through the neckline, it's explosive, and that's the start of the trend. See, if you enter somewhere around here, then you get a nice move, usually a measured move of this base. Just like we look for that structure in this down here to get this scalp back to the VWAP, usually is our target. Well, when we zoom out, we look for that same structure on this higher low. So just like we spent half an hour or so, 20 minutes, consolidating, digesting back and forth above this neckline after a show of strength before we really started to surge and get that measured move up, well, I think we're doing the same thing here. See what I'm saying, guys? Fractals. It's W's all the way down. See up here? And now it's digesting just like that. Higher low, digesting, and then you get the push. Let me know if that makes sense. So this is why I'm thinking that I can't short this. And I wouldn't recommend it, especially if you're on a timer. Does that mean sell right now? Well, I'd have to know your expiry, I'd have to know your strike, I'd have to know your cost basis, and still, it's always a personal decision. But happy to help guide you through if you give me a little more information. So going on down here, getting through some of these comments before we got about 20 minutes or so of just freestyle charting here. Then we're going to get into Levi's. Got a little report for you there. Going to be talking about that earnings as well. Adrian mentioning that NVIDIA keeps his position or his port stable. Absolutely. So that's how you can have exposure in the AI trade without sweating every single day, having a hard time sleeping at night because your stock moves an average of 10% every other day. That'll give anybody heartburn. You don't need that to capture really nice gains and compound. So Tendy's got the leaps on NVIDIA. I love that. Save the capital. It's probably a safe bet as long as you don't get too crazy there. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. Let's get on down. Yeah, Justin talking Qs there. Got out 707. It's got 707 puts out to next Friday. Let's look at those. So 707, not crazy out of the money at all. You got till next Friday. We can model this really quick if you like. It looks like we're maybe getting a slight pressure release here. So hopefully, as I'm yapping, you get a better look to potentially get out. Potentially, potentially we just get the big flush and then perfect. But some areas to watch we can talk about. A few things to note. First off, I want to check in with SPX. So what I'm going to do is I'm hopping over to my GEX dashboard here. Going to copy our intraday stuff first, just to kind of get a feel for what way we might be moving into the bell here. We're going to look at these levels and check this trade out. So we are seeing just a little bit of weakness here, potential rejection of this big, juicy 7475 level that we have marked out here. This is the point of control. If we do move away from this, I would be inclined to probably look for a mean reversion catch, the same kind of move that we were looking for on the minutes release, like this, into the VWAP perhaps, And this is where I would monetize those puts personally, because I simply don't believe that we're going down. If I needed to hedge, that could be a good hedge. You have a week, they're at the money right now. So if you get a little push down, no harm, no foul. You take a little win probably, assuming you got them today somewhere in the past hour or so. If we push above here and start closing like an hourly candle, half-hour candle above the high of the day, I know we're on SPX, but same thing, roughly the same thing. Then it's time to eat the loss or eat the small, probably not a win, but eat the small loss and probably reassess is what I'd say there. I do like the little bit of weakness here, and notice we are kind of trying to pop out the top of this shelf. Let's see what we do when we get back to this point of control here. Getting a little more granular for you, just because I am seeing a few buyers here holding this higher low. It's still sticky, right? It's still sticky. So ideally we get the reversal here. These moving averages, which see we're chopping around, they start to resist. So you're seeing the little blue there, the little wick up. We want to see that hold. Right now, I'm not so sure we're getting that. Basically, it's hard for me to read this chop on a low time frame. I'd like to give you the dip here because I want to buy this too, but I'm not 100%, and it's going to be hard for me to guide you here. Trust yourself, trust your process, and always just remember, keep yourself safe, and there will always be another trade. And that's what I would revert to. So we can talk just a little bit more about that. We're going to move on to the next thing there, but I wanted to give you the full picture of the indices because I think this can help a lot of people. In general, we are nearing a decision point, right? Ignore the scribbles. Only thing that matters, this line, right? Consolidation, compression. We tried to break out. You see the W pattern that tried here, but we couldn't clear above the neckline. Therefore, invalid. We need to reset. We could do a new W like this. That's where I'm looking to get involved or add for the potential big breakout. Maybe we pop here and back test it, this downtrend line, something like that. So that's kind of what I'd like to see. I really don't think that we're guiding down, and let me show you why I don't think that. This could always change, of course. Always probabilities, never for sure. But in my book, I don't think that we're very weak. I do like this little head bonk for you, though. Let's see if we can get the play out. The loss of this low, the loss of this big level, and moving on down to the VWAP, like we said. But let me show you something. So we're going to refresh our weekly heat map here, and this is going to show our potential path based on the what the options premiums are modeling for the next couple days. So remember, always the today's is gamma exposure, and tomorrow's, if we're at the end of the day, those are going to matter much more than Fridays, for example. Well, like next Fridays or something, because basically the closer you are to the expiry, the more weight they have, the more pull those have, the more gravity those strikes have, because essentially they're more immediate. They need to be hedged immediately. They're very dynamic in their hedging and buys and sells. So because of this, we need the live action tool. You can see this all ticking every couple seconds here, every second or so. And that's essential. What I want to show you on this here, I was yapping while it loads, is essentially, this is our day. We see a big level here. See, it's a big pivot at 7,475. We're trying to digest and get over this. If we do get over this, well, we could really cook because we're still under zero gamma, which means that both moves are juiced, right? Both moves are overstated. So if we get a failed breakdown, if we can't break down past this level, then we can zoom on up and smash through into positive gamma, come on and back test maybe that same 7,500 level tomorrow, and then reach on Thursday and Friday up for these big nodes that are climbing and growing up here at 7,550. 7,550 is where I'd really like to see us end the week, and that would smash those puts. So be a little careful there just in case we do get that playing out. I never know for sure, but I always have to play the probabilities. I think that is a good enough place to leave you with on the indices. We're going to get into some other stuff here too. Okay. Let's see. Snowman asking, where is the girl from Trade the Pool? That's Alejandra Trades. You better get it right. I know you are. Also careful. SPX is starting to pop here, kind of like what we were mentioning. Just be careful. I'm not going to tell you how to manage the trade, but just giving you the information that I would use to manage it. Let's see. Justin Black does say, if I want to see a touch of 700, at least 704 to the support, I hope you're right, but it's going to be a battle. It's going to be a battle. And I'm just personally not seeing it. This looks like a bullish flag to me, and we're getting the nice volume. Watch this maybe 5-minute candle to see how it plays out. If this reverses, maybe you get a move down. If not, maybe time to admit that we're pushing up and off of this big shelf. Kind of what I'm seeing, to be honest there. Let's see what else we got. Yo, we got somebody in the background here. Let me know when you're ready and we can... There it is.
Oh, no. Here she goes.
Oh, no. Ella's on the hunt now. She's looking for an intruder. How you doing, Alejandro?
I think that girl is coming on in a bit. How does he know?
You know, he cares. He cares. He likes you. That's, it's kind of like, in like elementary school when like a little guy will, kick some girl in the shin because he thinks she's cute or something. I think he's flirting with you. I think that's how he's flirting. So we got some stuff to talk about. Let's get on through these comments. I see a lot. Thank you for all the engagement, guys. Adrian saying if a lot of bombs start dropping, we may get a flush. I mean, hey, yes, I don't disagree. Oh, are we getting the little reversal? These are 1 minute in consolidation. Let's wait and see where this range breaks. If we can sweep these higher lows or these higher highs. In general, just looking for structure to break here as we are in this holding pattern. Like I said, we'll see, and we'll keep watching as our gamma strikes progress here too. I'll show you those in just a second.
I mean, you didn't do anything.
I know. See, no FOMO, right? No chasing. Otherwise, we'd be hanging out there stuck. Oh, we're a little green. We're a little red. We're a little green. I just chilled. God. I got some quiche. I hung out. I pet my cat. That's what I did. So
I took a 10-minute nap and then I got like really hungry all of a sudden.
It happens, especially when you're streaming with Josh and he just will not stop talking about all that food, trying to get some Wendy's. Brother, trying to better my health. Here you are, tempting me like a devil on my shoulder. Wendy's still quite weak today. I want to see if it can hold the weekly moving averages here. And this is what I was calling out in my server. I was saying, don't chase it, but I saw some flow. If we can test and reclaim these moving averages, this 50% here, call it 750 to 760, then we could be ready to rip this thing. That being said, I don't know what to do with this. It's right in the middle of the range after a big squeeze candle. Obviously, I want to see it go up. That'd be really, really fun for the memes, but we just got to see what happens at this key pivot. Speaking of key pivots, here is Jack in the Box. Tried to rip with what do you call it? Wendy's there. Smacking on into this downtrend line, and pretty hard reversal so far, but looking a little stronger, holding its weekly moving averages there. So interesting spot there. If you are a Jack believer, if you're a Jack bull, this might be your spot. Got confluence between the weekly moving average and the daily. So really, if it loses, call it, I don't know, a buck underneath, you probably don't want to be in the trade anyway. So it gives you a nice safe area to risk off of. That's what I'm seeing. All right, Pops ain't flirting. He's a little old. That's fair enough.
Like, I'm married and I'm too old. I'm 34, but okay.
Ancient, over the hill. Come on, that's young. I get told I'm a baby.
Am I 34? Dude,
are you starting to forget too?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm 32 or 33 until I check my driver's license. I am 32,
Dude,
but I
am 33. How could I make myself older? Jeez.
How do you make yourself older? You trade 0DTEs. That'll age you very fast. Trust me.
I know. The other day I saw like 3 white hairs. I'm like, no, God. No. I'm like, please, no.
It's the beginning of the end. Oh, just kidding.
Now, can we take a look at TE?
Yeah, of course. Oh, I like that one too. I've been looking to get involved. I want 6. Really? I want 6. I might not get it. Oh, it's ripping today. Did it give me 6? And oh no. Yeah. See, I have an alert set.
I would like. I want to see a break. 743.
To get involved, long or short?
Long.
Okay, good. It's like, don't fade this. I love it. It's already gotten beat. So this is what's his name? Leopold off whatever his name. I can't say it. He's some AI super genius investor. Yada yada yada. Anyways, people care about his 13Fs. He bought a lot of this TE. TE. It is I believe it's a photovoltaics play. So it's going to be solar, right? That's my understanding at least. I don't truly understand all of the details of why it in particular got the nod. I mostly care as a method of liquidity, or a function of liquidity. Like, I mean, if this is the name that everybody cares about in the space, it's the one I want to watch. Also watching some others like Solar Edge, SEDG, and end phase as well. But generally, I like the chart. I think it's a big cup and handle. The big thing for me is this test of this chunky zone. Once it gets over 10, this thing can go crazy. Talking 20, 15, 30, 40. I don't know.
Holy shit.
Higher. I think it can go a lot higher.
Well, the high is 1224.
It sure is. So that's my first trim target. No, my first trim target would be. Yeah, no, that's not the high at all. High is 17.
Damn.
I think it's got some room. Personally. I like the look, and I like this point of control that it is, it is flushing away, but it's holding where it needs to. Where it needs to are these weekly moving averages for me. I like the weekly close with this bottom wick over the yellow, the 21 week here. And if we can get over something important on the daily, I'd be inclined to take a little nibble. We are over the weekly, what do you call it here? Weekly trigger. So that's something, but we're still under the 50-day. So it's just a little ambiguous for me. One more thing I'd look at is I'd pull the range up on this thing and see, yeah, we're right at the equilibrium. So that is one thing. You get the 50% pullback of the range and you find buyers. That's a good spot somewhere in here. Like I said, kind of annoyed. I wanted just a little bit lower here. I had my alert set for 6, I think, off the 200-day. So yeah, interesting stuff. Leopold, as Adrian's mentioning, ex-chat GPT, his wife works in Gemini. So, you could say he knows a thing or two. He's been incredibly successful in his investments. So no shade there. I was shocked. I didn't know the guy until the 13F came out. And I felt very dumb by how everybody was telling me he was like the best trader ever. So
who is this?
Let me find his name. Leopold. Leopold Aschenbrenner, that's his name. This guy, he's got some cool hair.
He kind of looks like Lucas in a way. Maybe
a little bit. Is that your short bear?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this guy's
my secret crush.
Oh, your secret crush? Okay, I could see it. We'll talk him in just a second. But first off, we are going to switch on over to our earnings stream. So I believe I'll let you know if you have to do anything. I believe you just stay right here. You guys just stay right here, look pretty, and it'll switch on over for you. But I just wanted to let you guys know we're going to hop out real quick. I'm going to hop out and start that one there. Alejandra, you can come on in just a second as well. And yeah, we're going to have a lot of good stuff to talk about here. We're going to be getting into the earnings, Levi's earnings. And I don't know. That's all I got. So I'm going to be right back with that transition there.
We're not on the we're not on the earnings thing?
We are on the Power Hour one. We're on the Power Hour stream, just on our side and the producer side, So for them, I think it'll transfer right on over from one stream to another. Ayush, if that's not true, let me know and I can forward that to the crowd. But should be good to go. I just need to hop on out and get that going. So I'll be back in just a second.
Right? Or do I stay here and look pretty?
How about you hold down the fort for like 30 seconds to a minute, and then it should be totally safe to come on over. Sound good?
Okay.
Awesome. All right. Don't do anything I wouldn't do while I'm gone.
No party.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm definitely not the boss. I don't think I'm the responsible party here either. So you'll come over here. We'll both party. How about that? See you in a second.
Fine. He didn't put my chart up. Let me see if I can pull it up. Unless I don't think I have the power. No, I don't have the power. Guys, take a look at gold on the 15-minute time frame. I would like